It is late. The room around you has gone quiet, that particular quiet, that arrives only after the last light in the house goes off, after the last sound from the street fades, after the body finally stops pretending it is still needed. You are here now, and somewhere in that stillness there is weight. Not pain necessarily, not crisis, just weight. The accumulated pressure of a life that has been asked to carry more than it expected. Tonight we sit with a man who understood that weight better than almost anyone who ever lived. His name was Viktor Frankl. He was a psychiatrist in Vienna. He was also a prisoner in 4 Nazi concentration camps, including Auschwitz, from 1942 to 1945. He lost his mother, his brother, and his wife to the camps. He arrived in Auschwitz holding a manuscript, the work of years, and watched it taken from him and burned. He survived. Not because he was stronger than the men who did not survive, not because he was luckier, or more gifted, or better protected. He survived, he believed, because he found something to live for inside conditions that stripped everything else away. What he found, and what he spent the rest of his long life, he lived to 92, trying to explain, is what tonight is about. Viktor Frankl was not a simple optimist. He was not a man who told broken people to think positive thoughts. He was something much harder to find, a man who had seen the worst of human experience without looking away and who came back from it carrying something real. He called that something meaning, not happiness, not comfort, not peace, meaning there is a difference and it matters. Tonight we will learn to hear it. Let your body settle where it is. Feel the surface beneath you holding your weight. You do not need to do anything with what you hear tonight. You do not need to take notes or draw conclusions or solve anything before morning. Just listen. There is a question Frankl believed every wounded person eventually asks, but almost never out loud. We will come to it before this night is over. For now, one image. A man standing in the snow, feet wrapped in strips of cloth that were once a shirt, hands numb, the wind off the Danube in January cutting through the thin prisoner's uniform. Around him, dozens of other men, similarly reduced. A guard shouting. A whistle. He looks up. The sky is the color of iron. And yet, this man is thinking, not about food, not about warmth, not about escape. He is thinking about his wife, about the sound of her voice, about a specific morning in Vienna years before, when the light came through the kitchen window in a particular way, and she was laughing at something he had said. In the middle of all of that cold and deprivation and threatened death, he was living inside that memory as fully as he had ever lived inside anything. Viktor Frankl, Auschwitz. January 1945. He was still standing, and what held him up was not hope in the conventional sense. It was something quieter and more durable and more honest. It was the decision, made and remade in every freezing hour, that his inner life belonged to him, that no camp, no guard, no system of cruelty could reach the last inch of who he was. That inch is where we begin tonight. Let your jaw soften. Let your shoulders drop just slightly toward the mattress. We have time. There is nowhere to be but here. Chapter 2, What Suffering Asks. There is a moment that comes, in the middle of significant suffering, when the mind stops asking how to escape it and starts asking something else entirely. The question shifts. It stops being, how do I make this stop? It becomes, what is this for? Viktor Frankl noticed this shift in the camps. He was a psychiatrist, trained to observe human behavior with clinical precision, and even in extremity he kept observing. He watched men who had every reason to collapse hold themselves upright. He watched men with apparent advantages, better rations, indoor work, dissolve within weeks. He could not explain the difference using the frameworks he had learned in Vienna, so he built new ones. The first thing he observed was this: suffering, by itself, does not break people. What breaks people is suffering they cannot find a reason for. The body can endure extraordinary pain when the mind is given something to hold. It is the combination, physical deprivation, plus the conviction that nothing matters, that extinguishes the will. A man named Thomas had come to Frankl's care in the period after the war. Thomas was a veteran, not a camp survivor, a soldier who had come home intact, physically speaking, to a life that looked from the outside exactly as it should. Wife, children, house, work, everything in its place. And yet, Thomas could not sleep, could not eat, could not explain to anyone, including himself, why living felt so effortful. There are two kinds of broken, Frankl came to believe: the kind that comes from too much and the kind that comes from too little. Thomas was the second kind. He was not crushed by weight, he was hollowed by the absence of it. Nothing he did felt like it required him. Nothing he carried felt like it mattered. This is what Frankl called the existential vacuum. Not depression in the clinical sense, though it could become that. Something more fundamental, the experience of existing without the sense that one's existence is called for. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche had written about this in the 1880s. Long before the camps, long before modern psychiatry had words for it. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. Frankl carried that line with him into Auschwitz and tested it against the most extreme circumstances a human being can face. It held. Suffering, Frankl concluded, does not need to be explained away. It does not need to be erased or fixed or denied. What it needs, what the suffering person needs, is an answer to the question the suffering is asking. Not, why is this happening to me? But, what is still possible given that this is happening? That is a quieter question, a harder one. It does not offer comfort. It offers something more durable, direction. Let your breathing find its own pace. Notice the weight of your hands where they rest. Nietzsche had also written something else that what does not kill a person can make them stronger. That sentence has become so familiar we no longer hear it. But Frankl took it seriously in a way most people who quote it never have. He did not mean the sentiment would be pleasant. He meant it was structurally possible that the human psyche has a capacity to metabolize suffering into something that wasn't there before. That metabolizing is not automatic. It requires a choice, or rather a series of choices, made in the worst moments, often without encouragement. We will come to those choices. For now, notice what suffering is asking of you. Not the dramatic suffering, if there is none tonight, but the quieter kind, the low-grade weight of years, the tiredness beneath the tiredness, the questions that surface at midnight because daylight keeps them busy. Suffering asks something of everyone. The question is whether we are willing to hear it. Chapter 3, Trauma Without a Name. In 1942, Viktor Frankl arrived at Theresienstadt. He was 37 years old. He had left behind his manuscripts, his apartment, his practice, his mother, his wife, though he did not yet know which of those separations were temporary. He carried almost nothing. The guards took what remained. What they could not take was his training. As a psychiatrist, Frankl had spent years before the war studying a particular kind of human suffering, not the dramatic breakdowns, but the quiet, nameless ones. The patient who sits in a chair and says, "I don't know why I feel this way. Nothing has happened to me. I have no reason to feel this way." The patient for whom there is no clear wound, no identifiable event, no permission to grieve. Frankl understood something that many of his colleagues did not, that the absence of a name does not make a wound smaller, it often makes it larger. Trauma without a name is among the most isolating experiences a person can have, because when there is no name for it, there is no language for it. And without language, there is no way to bring another person into it. The sufferer is alone inside something they cannot describe, watching other people carry their identifiable burdens, wondering why they cannot simply function. Thomas, that veteran, had come home to nothing he could point to. There were no visible scars. There was no dramatic collapse. There was just a growing distance between himself and his own life, as though he were watching it through glass. That glass has a name now, several names depending on the tradition you are drawing from. But the experience itself predates all the names by as long as human beings have been struggling. Frankl observed something in the camps that no textbook had prepared him for, and we will come to it. But part of what he observed was exactly this, that among the men who suffered most acutely, a significant number had no dramatic precipitating cause. It was not always the worst loss, the worst hunger, the worst cold that broke a man. Sometimes it was the accumulation of smaller things, the loss of purpose, the loss of the sense that tomorrow was worth anticipating. The Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung, writing decades earlier, had described the psyche's tendency to develop symptoms when something essential is being ignored. Not symptoms as malfunction, symptoms as message. The body and mind finding ways to say something important is not being attended to here. What goes unattended long enough does not disappear. It deepens. Let your attention move to wherever your body feels heaviest right now. Not to fix it, just to notice. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke had written in his letters to a young poet in 1903 that the point of difficult feelings was not to escape them, but to live them. Not to climb out of pain, but to enter it with enough patience to discover what it contains. Rilke was not a psychologist, but he was describing something Frankl would later try to systematize. The idea that avoidance is the thing that makes suffering permanent, and that willingness is the thing that makes it bearable. To name a wound is not to surrender to it. It is to stop pretending it requires no attention. There is a particular courage required to name something that the people around you cannot see. The person with a visible injury is extended certain allowances, time, patience, acknowledgement. The person with an invisible wound must advocate for their own experience against the social pressure to appear functional. This is exhausting in ways that add to the original exhaustion. Frankl saw this in the camps, that among the men who receive the least acknowledgement of their inner states, the depletion was often the sharpest. Not because they were weaker, because they were spending energy on the performance of adequacy that others could direct towards simple endurance. There are people listening tonight who have spent years, decades perhaps, carrying something they have never given a name to. Not because they are weak, because the culture they live in does not make room for unnamed grief. Because they were raised in households where certain things were simply not discussed. Because admitting weight to others felt like burdening them. Frankl would say, name it anyway. Not to others necessarily, first to yourself. In the dark of a camp barracks, a man cannot ask for help with a feeling he will not acknowledge to himself. The same is true in a comfortable bedroom in any city, decades later. Notice the weight. That is enough for tonight. Chapter 4, The Broken Inner Voice. The mind has a voice, not a metaphorical one, or not only metaphorical. An actual internal monologue running almost continuously, commenting on experience, directing attention, offering judgments on what is happening and what it means. Most of the time, we don't notice it. It runs in the background the way a refrigerator hums, constant, familiar, unexamined. But at night, in the quiet, when the external noise stops, the inner voice gets loud. Viktor Frankl spent a great deal of his post-war career examining what that voice says, especially in people who are suffering. What he found was that in men and women who had been through significant hardship or who were living with unresolved grief, meaninglessness, or what he called the existential vacuum, the inner voice had developed a particular character. It was not hopeful, it was not encouraging. It was, in Frankl's clinical language, morbidly retrospective. It looked backward. It catalogued losses. It ran accounts of what should have been different, what might have been avoided, what was wasted. And then it made a quiet, devastating extrapolation. The future will be more of this. A man named Adam had come into Frankl's practice in Vienna in the 1950s. He was a businessman, successful by most measures, in his mid-50s. He came not because of a specific crisis, but because of what he described as a feeling of dread on Sunday afternoons. Every Sunday, without fail, as the weekend moved toward its close, a weight descended on him that he could not explain. Frankl asked him what the inner voice said during those hours. Adam thought about it. He said, "It says that nothing I do matters, and that I have always known this, and that Monday will not be different from any other day before it." Frankl recognized this, not the content specifically, but the structure. The voice was not irrational. The voice had a logic. But the logic was incomplete. It was working from an assumption that the future was already determined, that no choice made between now and death would meaningfully alter the account. That assumption is the error. Kierkegaard had written in his journals in the 1840s that life can only be understood backward but must be lived forward. The mind that only moves backward is half a mind, capable of comprehension but not of action. It can see the shape of what has happened, it cannot see the shape of what has not happened yet. Frankl's therapeutic work, what he called logotherapy, was in part an attempt to redirect this voice. Not to silence it. Silencing the inner voice is both impossible and counterproductive. But to add a layer, to say, yes, this is what has been. Now, what is still possible? Let your shoulders drop. Let the space at the back of your jaw relax. The American psychologist Ethan Kross, writing decades after Frankl, studied the inner voice in detail and found something Frankl might have predicted. People who address themselves by name, who shift from I to their own name in internal monologue, experience significantly less emotional flooding during distress. The slight shift in perspective changes the emotional weight of the thought. Frankl's approach was different but adjacent. He was not asking his patients to trick their inner voice. He was asking them to question its premises, to hold it at arm's length, not to dismiss it, but to examine it the way you might examine a letter from someone you no longer trust. The words are real, the conclusions may not be. Adam, the businessman, continued in therapy for several months. The Sunday dread did not vanish, but it became, he said, smaller. Not because the voice stopped, because he stopped assuming the voice was telling the truth about the future. The broken inner voice is not the problem, it is a symptom. The problem is what it has been given to work with. We are slowly replacing those materials. Chapter 5. Meaning beneath despair. Despair is not the absence of feeling. It is a specific feeling, one of the most precise and concentrated human experiences available. It is not numbness, it is not emptiness. It is the experience of possibility closing. Viktor Frankl distinguished carefully between depression and despair. They can coexist, they frequently do, but they are not the same thing. Depression, in the clinical sense, is a condition of the nervous system, biochemical in part, addressed in part by chemistry, by sleep, by movement, by the kinds of interventions that work on the body's machinery. Frankl did not dismiss this. He was a medical doctor and understood the biological dimension of suffering. But despair is something the body cannot fix on its own, because despair is philosophical. It is the conclusion that nothing ahead is worth moving toward. And philosophical conclusions require philosophical responses. A woman named Helena, a colleague's patient, described to Frankl in a letter, had survived the loss of her only son in a car accident. She was 53. She had no other children. Her husband had died 2 years before. She was not suicidal. She was not in the hospital. She was, in the clinical vocabulary, functioning. But she had told her doctor, in one of the clearest expressions of existential despair Frankl had encountered in the literature, "I continue because stopping requires more energy than continuing, not because I see a reason." Frankl recognized this as one of the most honest statements a suffering person can make. Not dramatic, not manipulative, just true. The machinery of living continuing in the absence of the will to live. He did not think this was a medical failure. He thought it was a human being asking, without words, the question that logotherapy was designed to address. What, given all of this, is still possible for me to mean? Meaning, Frankl insisted, is not found by searching for happiness. Those who aim at happiness directly, he wrote, miss it. It arrives as a byproduct of doing something that matters, working at something, loving someone, facing something unavoidable with a particular kind of courage. Let your breath move at its own pace. You do not need to deepen it. The philosopher Albert Camus, writing in Algiers in 1942, the same year Frankl arrived at Theresienstadt, was working on the same question from a different angle. He asked in The Myth of Sisyphus whether life was worth living in the absence of any guaranteed meaning. His answer was yes, but not because of hope, because of defiance. Because of the human capacity to push the boulder up the hill and find something in the act of pushing that no one can legislate away. Camus and Frankl disagreed about much, but they agreed on this. Meaning is not given, it is made by the person living in the specific circumstances of their life, using what is actually available to them. Helena, in her grief, had not lost the capacity to make meaning. She had lost the belief that she still had materials to make it with. The materials were still there. They were simply hidden beneath the weight of what had been removed. There is a question Frankl believed every suffering person eventually asks, but rarely out loud. It is not, "Why is this happening to me?" Most people ask that and then stop. The deeper question is, what is still mine to give? We will name it before this night is over. For now, notice where despair lives in you, if it lives anywhere. Not to fix it, just to see it clearly enough to wonder whether it is telling you the whole truth. It rarely is. Chapter 6. When Therapy is Not Enough. Viktor Frankl had a difficult relationship with orthodox psychoanalysis. He had been trained in its tradition. He had read Freud carefully, and he respected the work, the careful attention to unconscious drives, to the way early experience shapes the adult psyche, to the therapeutic relationship as a container for difficult material. But he had a persistent dissatisfaction with what psychoanalysis at its core was trying to do. Freud's model, at its root, was about reduction. It looked at human behavior and tried to locate its origins in something beneath the behavior, in drives, in repressions, in the family dynamics of childhood. It asked, what is this behavior really about? Frankl did not dispute that the question was worth asking. He disputed whether it was the only question worth asking. Because there was something else. Something that couldn't be reduced to drives or repressions or the family of origin. Something that Freud's model, in Frankl's view, systematically overlooked. He called it the will to meaning, the specifically human capacity to orient oneself toward a purpose that transcends the self. In the camps, he had watched men do things that made no sense under a drive reduction model. Men who gave their last piece of bread to someone weaker. Men who refused, at considerable personal risk, to participate in cruelties. Men who maintained their dignity in conditions specifically designed to extinguish it. These were not survival behaviors. They were not drive-satisfying behaviors. They were meaning behaviors. Acts that affirmed something the person held to be worth affirming, even at personal cost. A therapist named Richard, a colleague of Frankl's in Vienna in the 1960s, had come to him frustrated. Richard worked with men who had been through combat, through displacement, through losses that the diagnostic manuals of the time had no adequate categories for. He had given them everything the standard approaches offered: analysis, behavioral work, medication, where appropriate. Some improved, many did not. The techniques are correct, Richard told Frankl, but something is missing. I can help a man understand why he is suffering. I cannot help him understand what to do with the suffering. Frankl said, that is because you are asking the wrong question. The question is not what the suffering came from. The question is what the suffering is for. That shift from etiology to teleology, from origin to purpose, is what distinguishes logotherapy from most of what had come before it. Frankl was not rejecting the past. He was refusing to let the past be the whole story. A person is shaped by what happened to them. This is real, and the mapping of that shaping is valuable work. But the shaped person still acts, still chooses, still faces tomorrow with whatever the mapping has produced. The question of what to do with the shape is not answered by understanding the shaping. It requires a different kind of attention, forward-facing, specific, asking of the particular person in the particular moment. What is still possible here? Richard, the frustrated therapist, eventually found his answer in Frankl's framework. He stopped asking his combat veterans to go back. He asked them to go forward, to identify, no matter how tentatively, one thing in the days ahead that was worth moving toward, not as a cure, as a direction. And direction, he found, was often all that was needed to make the next session possible. Feel the weight of your body against the surface beneath you. There is nothing you need to do with your hands right now. The British psychoanalyst Donald Winnicott, writing in the 1950s and 60s, had described what he called the true self and the false self, the original person who existed before adaptation and performance, and the constructed version who learned to manage other people's expectations. The false self, Winnicott argued, was not evil, it was necessary. But when it became the primary self, when a person lived so thoroughly in managed presentation that the original was buried, a particular kind of suffering followed. Frankl would have agreed, with a modification. The path back to the true self ran not through analysis of the past, but through encounter with the future. Not what did this person need as a child, but what does this person need to become? When standard therapy is not enough, it is often because the question has been correctly diagnosed, but the direction misidentified. The work is not only backward, it is forward. What are you still capable of? That question waits at the center of Frankl's entire contribution. We will come to it piece by piece through the hours ahead. Chapter 7, The Last Human Freedom. December 1944, Auschwitz. The temperature had dropped below -10°C. The work parties left before dawn and returned after dark. The rations had been reduced again. The guards had grown more arbitrary, which in that place meant more dangerous. Viktor Frankl was in a work party crossing frozen ground toward a construction site. His feet were wrapped in newspaper inside worn-out shoes. The man beside him whispered, "This is pointless. Nothing we do here changes anything." Frankl did not answer, but he was thinking about something. He had been thinking about it for weeks. A realization that had arrived slowly, the way the most important realizations usually do, not in a flash, but as a gradual clearing. The realization was this: between any stimulus and its response, there exists a space. And in that space, something purely human lives. The freedom to choose how to respond. The guards had taken everything. The clothes, the name, the family, the professional identity, the manuscripts. They had taken the future in any conventional sense. They had imposed conditions that the body could barely survive. But they had not taken the space. That space, the interior gap between what happens to a person and how the person responds, was, Frankl concluded, inviolable. Not in the sense that it was easy to occupy. It required extraordinary effort, especially under extraordinary pressure. But it could not be removed by external force. He called this the last human freedom. Not the most comfortable freedom, or the most pleasant, or the easiest to exercise. The last one, the one that remains when all others are gone. Let your jaw soften. Let your body be heavy where it rests. This idea had precedence. Epictetus, the Stoic philosopher born into slavery in the 1st century, had said essentially the same thing 1700 years earlier. He had lived at the opposite end of the social scale from the philosopher-emperors he was sometimes compared to, not a man of power, but a man without it, who had discovered that the only reliable freedom was internal. Epictetus wrote, in the Enchiridion, "Some things are in our control, and others are not. In our control are opinion, motivation, desire, aversion. Not in our control are body, property, reputation, position. Frankl had read the Stoics. He recognized what Epictetus was pointing at. But he arrived at the same place through direct experience rather than philosophical reasoning, which gave it a weight that pure philosophy cannot carry. A man named Thomas, encountered after the war, not in the camps, had told Frankl that the hardest part of his suffering was not the suffering itself, it was the conviction that the suffering was happening to him, that he was passive, powerless, a recipient of forces he had not chosen. Frankl said, that conviction is the error. He was not saying Thomas had chosen his circumstances. He was not engaging in the magical thinking that tells people they create their own reality. He was saying something more precise, that even within unchosen circumstances, something remains chosen. The quality of the response, the posture of the interior, the decision made daily or hourly, or in some circumstances minute by minute, about what to hold on to and what to release. That is not a small freedom. In the right circumstances, it is the only one that matters. The space between stimulus and response is not given automatically. It must be practiced. It must be inhabited deliberately. But it is there, in the prison cell, in the hospital room, in the bedroom at 2 a.m, when the weight of a life presses down. It is there right now. Notice the breath entering and leaving the body. That rhythm belongs to you. It belongs to no other. Epictetus had observed that the slave's body could be chained, his movements controlled, his labor directed. But the opinion he formed about his life, the stance he took toward it in the interior, remained, in principle, his own. This was not comfort exactly. Epictetus did not promise that the interior stance would make external conditions bearable. He promised that the external conditions could not reach it uninvited. They could put pressure on it. They could make it difficult to maintain. But they could not, in their own right, enter it and take it. Frankl arrived at the same conclusion through experience that Epictetus arrived at through philosophy. Both were right. The space is there. It is narrow under sufficient pressure, but it exists. And the person who occupies it, however briefly, however imperfectly, is exercising the most fundamental of all human freedoms. The one that cannot be legislated or imprisoned or taken by force. Chapter 8. Depression and the Empty Future. There is a particular thought pattern that arrives in the worst hours of depression. It is not always dramatic. It does not always announce itself with weeping or with crisis. Often it arrives quietly, like a change in the quality of light, a dimming that the person barely notices until they realize everything looks different than it used to. The thought is this: tomorrow will be like today. Next year will be like this year. This is simply what it is. Viktor Frankl called this the closed future, the experience of time not as open and containing possibilities, but as a corridor already built whose every room is already known. He had watched it happen in the camps. Men who lost their sense of a future did not die dramatically. they simply stopped. The body continued functioning for a while. But something essential had left, some forward-leaning orientation that connects a person to the hours ahead. He described one particular night in the barracks. A man in the bunk beside him had told him the previous evening that he had dreamed the war would end on March 30th. This was late February 1945. The man had been convinced by the dream, had staked something on it. When March 30th arrived and the liberation did not come, the man's temperature rose. He fell unconscious. He died on April 1st. No new infection, no specific physical cause. The camp doctor, a prisoner himself, told Frankl he lost his future, and when the future dies, the body sometimes follows. Frankl reported this not as mysticism, but as clinical observation. The immune system, modern research now confirms, is profoundly sensitive to states of hope and hopelessness. Bessel van der Kolk, the Dutch-American psychiatrist who wrote The Body Keeps the Score decades after Frankl, documented the physical dimension of psychological states in forensic detail. The body does not distinguish cleanly between the world it is living in and the world the mind believes it is living in. A closed future is as physiologically real as a closed room. Feel the weight of your head against the pillow. The muscles of your face can soften. Adam, the businessman with the Sunday dread, had described his closed future to Frankl in their third session. Not in those terms, he didn't have the framework yet, but he described it accurately. He said, "I have stopped imagining things I want to do. Not because I've done everything, because I've stopped believing that the imagining leads anywhere." Frankl asked him, "What did you imagine doing when you still imagined?" Adam was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I wanted to teach something. I was good at something when I was young, and I thought I would pass it on eventually." Frankl said, "And what stopped you?" Adam said, "Life. Time. I got busy with the wrong things." Frankl did not offer sympathy. He offered something better. He said, "The fact that the desire is still there when I ask about it means the future is not as closed as you believe. That desire, the specific, particular thing that a person would still reach for if they believed reaching were possible, is a thread, and a thread is enough." Depression narrows vision. It is not a character flaw or a failure of will. It is a neurological event that selectively inhibits the perception of possibility. Frankl would not have used those terms. He was writing before modern neuroscience could map what was happening. But he would have recognized the clinical reality. The depressed person is not seeing the full picture. They are seeing a partial picture and believing it is complete. The future is not closed. It is simply, for now, obscured. Bessel van der Kolk had documented, in the decades after Frankl's work, the specific neurological correlates of what Frankl described. The prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for planning, for imagining future scenarios, for the construction of narrative time, is significantly suppressed in states of acute trauma and severe depression. The person who cannot imagine a future is not simply being pessimistic. They are experiencing a genuine reduction in a specific cognitive capacity. The future has been neurologically narrowed. This is significant because it means the closed future is not a judgment, it is a state. States change. The capacity suppressed by one set of conditions can be restored by different conditions. By safety, by rest, by the gradual accumulation of experiences that signal to the nervous system that the threat has passed. Tonight is one of those conditions. The darkness that holds you is safe darkness. The voice moving through it is not asking anything of the threat response system. The body can begin, however slightly, to release the vigilance that keeps the future closed. Let the vigilance rest. The future can wait until morning to be imagined. For now, just the body, just the breath, just the quiet. Chapter 9. The Soul Under Pressure. Pressure does something interesting to the human interior. Under ordinary conditions, most people live in a middle register, not entirely themselves, not entirely performing, but somewhere in between. The social self and the private self maintain a manageable gap. A person can keep their professional composure at work and drop it at home. They can be patient in public and exhausted in private. The gap is sustainable, but under extreme pressure, that middle ground collapses. Viktor Frankl observed this in the camps and in the decades of clinical practice that followed. When the external structure that normally holds a person together is removed, something else emerges. Not always something terrible, often something that is simply more essentially that person without the polishing. He wrote in Man's Search for Meaning that the camp tore away the human being's social mask. What remained was either the animal or something that transcended the animal. Many people, removed of everything, contracted. They became more purely about survival. This was not failure. It was the body's appropriate response to mortal threat. But some people did the opposite. Under conditions where every rational incentive favored selfishness, they expanded, they gave, they shared, they maintained a dignity that had no practical benefit. Frankl was not romanticizing, he was observing. The soul under pressure reveals itself, which can be both a terrible thing and a clarifying one. The Swiss psychiatrist Carl Jung had described a similar phenomenon in his clinical work. He called it the confrontation with the unconscious, the encounter, usually precipitated by crisis, with the parts of the psyche that ordinary functioning keeps suppressed. The shadow in Jung's vocabulary. Not evil, but unseen. The pressure of a genuine crisis often cracks the persona open enough for the shadow to be seen. That encounter can be devastating. It can also be the beginning of a more honest life. Let your breathing move without your help. A woman named Elena had come through a period of severe financial collapse in her late 40s. Not of her making. Her business partner had acted dishonestly, and the legal process had taken 3 years and left her with very little. She arrived in therapy afterward, describing herself as a different person. Not worse, different. She said, "Before this happened, I thought I was the kind of person who would fall apart if I lost everything. I was terrified of that, for years. When I actually lost it, something happened that I can't explain. I got quieter, more certain about things I actually valued, less worried about things I had thought I valued. Pressure had performed a kind of clarification. Frankl would have recognized this immediately. He would have said, "Your soul found itself when it could no longer afford its habits." This is not an argument for seeking suffering. Frankl was not a masochist, and logotherapy is not a philosophy of voluntary hardship. But it is an honest acknowledgement that something about crisis, about the stripping away of the non-essential, sometimes reveals what was always present but invisible beneath the noise. What is most essentially you does not require perfect conditions to exist. It exists already. It is simply, under ordinary circumstances, very quiet. Under pressure, it becomes audible. The question worth sitting with tonight, held lightly, not grasped, is, what would remain if the scaffolding were removed? What is the thing that pressure has not been able to reach? This is not a question for solving. It is a question for sitting beside. The answer, when it comes, does not arrive through reasoning. It arrives through a kind of recognition, through moments when something shows up in a person that they did not know was still there, a response to beauty, an impulse toward generosity, a curiosity that ordinary days have been too crowded to accommodate. These are the signs of what pressure has not reached. Frankl would say, these signs are not accidents. They are the soul's report on itself. They are evidence of a dimension of the person that the accumulated weight has been unable to fully suppress. Pay attention to the signs. They are more informative than the suffering. They tell you what is still alive. That thing has a name. We will come to it slowly. Chapter 10, Dignity in the Dark. There is a scene in Frankl's account that does not involve drama. No dramatic escape. No heroic gesture. Nothing that would read well in a film. A morning in the camp. The work party assembled in darkness before dawn. The guards shouts. The men shuffle into line. And one man, unnamed in Frankl's account, one among hundreds, stands upright. Not rigidly, not defiantly in the obvious sense, simply straight, present. His face does not perform resignation and does not perform hope, it simply is. Frankl noticed him because of what his posture cost in that context. In a place designed to reduce, this man was not reduced, not visibly, not in the small square footage of how he held himself in space. Frankl wrote, he offered proof that everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way. Dignity in Frankl's use of the word is not about circumstances. It is not about comfort or safety or the approval of others. It is the posture of the interior toward the situation, a stance that says, I am still the one who decides how I carry this. This is not the same as being invulnerable. The man standing upright in the camp was suffering. His body was cold and hungry, and he was surrounded by threat. Dignity does not cancel pain. It exists alongside it, somehow, when it is chosen. The philosopher Immanuel Kant, writing in the 18th century, had built an entire moral philosophy around the concept of dignity, the idea that human beings are ends in themselves, not means. That there is something about the human person that cannot legitimately be reduced to its utility, its productivity, its social function. The camps were designed to disprove Kant. They were, among other things, a systematic philosophical experiment in whether human beings could be reduced to nothing. They could not, or not entirely. The experiment failed, not because the attempt was unsuccessful at the level of the body, but because something at the level of the human interior kept refusing to cooperate fully. Let your attention rest on whatever part of your body feels most comfortable right now. Just rest it there. A man named Richard, a different Richard from the therapist described earlier, a retired school teacher in his 60s, had come to a talk Frankl gave in the 1970s in Vienna. Afterward, Richard had waited in the queue to speak with him. When he finally stood before him, he said only, "I wanted you to know that I understood what you were describing. I went through something smaller, much smaller, but I recognized it." Frankl took his hand and said, "The size of the darkness does not matter. Only what you did inside it. That is dignity. Not a trophy, not a performance, not something you earn by suffering enough. A posture, available in any darkness, that says, 'I remain the one who decides.' Tonight, whatever darkness has brought you to this bed, whatever weight accumulated over whatever years, notice whether there is a part of you that is still deciding. Not dramatically, quietly. That part is what we are protecting tonight." Viktor Frankl, in his later lectures, sometimes described dignity not as a state, but as a practice. The way one holds oneself in relation to one's circumstances. The quality of attention brought to the people one encounters. The refusal to treat oneself as merely the sum of what has happened to oneself. These are practiced. They require renewal. The decision made this morning to face the day with something other than defeat must be made again tomorrow. This is not a weakness of the framework. It is an honest description of what maintaining interiority in difficult conditions requires. The man standing straight in the snow at Auschwitz was not standing straight because he had solved anything. He was standing straight because he had decided in that moment that the posture was worth the effort, and in the next moment he would have to decide again. You are doing this in your own way, in this room. The decision to be here, to let these ideas pass through rather than simply disappearing into unconsciousness, this is a small version of the same practice. The practice of remaining present to one's own existence rather than merely passing through it, that is dignity, available in any darkness, including this one. Chapter 11, Why Men Go Silent. Viktor Frankl noticed, in both his clinical practice and his observations in the camps, a particular pattern in men. When suffering reached a certain threshold, men went silent. Not women exclusively, and not all men, but he observed the pattern consistently enough to consider it significant. That men, when pushed to the edge of what they could carry, often stopped asking for help, stopped describing their experience, stopped, in the most fundamental sense, reporting on their interior. They continued functioning, they completed tasks, they showed up. But the inner life, the part that was struggling, the part that needed something, went underground. He had seen it in the camps. Men who would not say they were suffering even when it was obvious. Not because they were ashamed, necessarily. Something more complicated. A conviction absorbed so thoroughly it no longer felt like a choice, that acknowledging need was the same as surrendering to weakness. And weakness, in a place of mortal threat, felt genuinely dangerous. The problem is that the instinct built for one context gets carried into all contexts. A man named Adam, later in his work with Frankl, had finally admitted something. He said, "I haven't told anyone in 30 years that I was struggling. Not my wife, not my doctor, not my children. I've said I was tired, I've said work was difficult, but the actual thing, the feeling that nothing I do matters, I have never said that to anyone." Frankl asked, "Why tonight?" Adam said, "Because it's dark and you can't see my face." That answer stayed with Frankl. The anonymity of the consulting room, the particular intimacy of darkness, these created a container that ordinary social life did not provide. A space where the thing could be said without the face having to say it. Men learn to be legible, to present a readable self. The unreadable parts, the confused parts, the grieving parts, the parts that don't know what they need, are typically concealed early in a man's life through a combination of cultural instruction and direct social feedback. Showing these parts resulted in some kind of cost. Not showing them resulted in a kind of safety, or what passed for safety. The silence is protective in origin. But over years, the protection becomes its own cage. Feel the weight of your arms where they rest. Let the muscles of your chest soften. The psychiatrist Irvin Yalom, who built on existential themes in his own practice decades after Frankl, wrote extensively about the isolation that comes from not being known. He distinguished between loneliness, the experience of being without company, and existential isolation, which he described as the irreducible separation between any person's interior and the interior of any other. Frankl would have agreed, but he would have added, the silence is a choice, not always an easy one, sometimes not even a fully conscious one, but a choice that can be revisited. The man going silent has not lost the capacity to speak. He has lost, usually, the belief that speaking will help, or the belief that anyone on the other end can hold what he is carrying. That belief, like the closed future, is rarely entirely accurate. Silence is not the same as peace. It is not the same as resolution. It is often simply the loudest form of loneliness. And yet, the silence also contains something that speaking sometimes obscures. In the compressed quiet of a man who has stopped trying to articulate his inner state, there is often more interior life than in the performing of wellness. The man who has gone silent has not lost the capacity for depth. He has lost the container for it. What Frankl observed in his decades of practice after the war was that men who had been silent for years often had interior lives of extraordinary richness, complex, carefully tended private worlds that no one had ever been invited into. The silence had not emptied them. It had preserved something in sealed conditions. When the container was finally provided, the consulting room, the darkness, the permission to speak without consequences, what emerged was not nothing. It was a self that had been waiting with remarkable patience for the right conditions. Tonight, this voice is the container, this darkness, these ideas that make no demand of your face. Tonight, in whatever darkness finds you, the silence does not have to be total. This voice is here. These ideas are here. They will not require you to show your face. Chapter 12. Grief without escape. Grief is the most honest emotion. Viktor Frankl wrote about grief with a precision that grief usually resists. He understood it from the inside, not as a theoretical construct, but as a lived experience. He had lost his wife, his mother, his brother. He had survived. He had also had to learn, over years, what to do with survival itself, which carries its own particular species of grief. Grief, he believed, was not a problem to be solved. It was a signal, the mind and body's acknowledgement that something of genuine value had been lost. To grieve is to love something that is no longer present. To grieve well is to hold the absence without letting it become the definition of everything. He distinguished between what he called normal grief, the process of integrating loss, and what he called the grief that has been refused. The second kind does not resolve. It goes underground, where it continues to operate on the person without their knowledge or consent. A woman named Helena, the colleague's patient described in an earlier chapter, had not refused her grief. She had simply run out of vocabulary for it. The standard vocabulary of grief, the stages described by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, the therapeutic language of processing and moving through, had all been offered to her. None of it had fit. Her grief did not move through stages. It occupied the same place, at the same intensity, for years, and she had no language for the permanence of it. Frankl would have said, "Permanence is part of grief's nature, and no one should tell you otherwise." He wrote in a striking passage of The Doctor and the Soul that a man who has truly loved someone does not stop grieving in the ordinary sense. The grief changes shape. What was acute becomes something more like a settled ache, a weight that has become familiar rather than foreign. This is not healing in the sense of erasure. It is healing in the sense of integration. The philosopher and theologian Paul Tillich had written about what he called the courage to be, the affirmation of life in the face of non-being, of death, of meaninglessness. Grief, in Tillich's framework, is one of the clearest expressions of that courage. To continue loving something after it is gone, to keep the grief alive rather than severing it, is a form of affirmation. It says, "This mattered, it still matters." The absence of the thing does not diminish the reality of what was there. Let your body settle into the surface beneath you. Nothing is being asked of you right now. Many people try to escape grief by staying busy. Frankl understood this impulse. He did not condemn it, but he noted its limit. Busyness does not dissolve grief, it defers it, and deferred grief accumulates. It waits with a patience the grieving person does not share for a quiet moment to make itself known. The quiet moment often comes at night. If grief has found you tonight, old grief, fresh grief, unnamed grief, the grief for things that never were as much as for things that are gone, Frankl would ask you not to escape it. Sit beside it, not inside it. You don't need to drown in it, beside it. Notice that you are still here, that the grief exists because something was worth loving, that the capacity to love something that much is not a wound, it is evidence of a life that has not been sleepwalking. Grief without escape is not suffering without relief. It is suffering without the secondary suffering of fighting the suffering. It hurts less that way, eventually, just not immediately. Chapter 13. The wound that remains. Some wounds close. The body heals the cut, the bone knits back together, the fever breaks. This is what the body is designed to do. Given adequate conditions, it returns toward wholeness. Some wounds do not close in the same way. Viktor Frankl was careful to distinguish between the wounds that heal and the wounds that become part of the permanent landscape of a life. Not as malfunction, as geography. The scar that remains is not the wound continuing. It is the evidence that a wound occurred and that the body found a way to keep living around it. Psychic wounds behave differently from physical ones, but the analogy holds. Certain experiences, certain losses, certain violations, certain encounters with the worst of what the world can offer do not resolve in the way that lesser difficulties resolve. They change the terrain. The person after them is literally different, neurologically different, in the language of modern research, from the person before. Bessel van der Kolk documented this in detail in The Body Keeps the Score. That traumatic experience is stored in the body's tissues, in the nervous system's reflexes, in the brain's threat detection architecture. Healing from trauma is not the erasure of the experience. It is the reorganization of the self around it, learning to carry it in a way that does not make all other living impossible. Frankl knew this before the neuroscience existed to describe it. He knew it because he had a wound that remained. After the liberation in 1945, after the return to Vienna, after the initial weeks of reunion and reckoning, the grief stayed. Not as incapacity, as presence. His wife Tilly was gone. His mother was gone. His brother was gone. That absence did not diminish over the decades. It became part of who he was. He did not call this damage. He called it the price of love. A man named Thomas had told his therapist years after his wartime service that the wound that remained was not the dramatic one, not the most visible event, the one that had a name and a date and a file number in the VA system. The wound that remained was smaller and less describable. It was the memory of a moment when he had known with absolute certainty who he was, and the subsequent decades of uncertainty about whether that person had survived. The wound that remains is often the wound to identity, not to the body, not even to the relationships, to the sense of being a continuous, coherent self who can be trusted to navigate experience. Let your jaw relax. Let your eyes settle behind closed lids. Frankl would say, the wound that remains is not a verdict on who you are. It is an event in the history of who you are. He distinguished between being a victim of circumstance and using one's response to circumstance as a means of defining oneself. The wound does not define the person. What the person does in the presence of the wound, how they stand beside it, what they build around it, that becomes definition. The wound that remains is not enemy, it is not failure, it is one of the truest things about you. It marks where you have been. It does not prescribe where you are going. Tonight, if the wound is present, if it is part of why you cannot simply switch off and sleep, if it arrived at the back of your mind the moment the day went quiet, do not ask it to leave. The wound that arrives in the quiet is usually the wound that did not get acknowledged during the noise. The wound that was set aside in the morning for the demands of the day, and the afternoon for the tasks of the afternoon, and the evening for the obligations of the evening, until finally the day runs out of noise and the wound occupies the space that was always its. Frankl would not ask you to analyze it tonight. He would not ask you to trace its origins or identify its psychological structure or determine what it requires. He would ask only that you acknowledge its presence. That you say, if only to the ceiling, it is here, I am here. We are sharing this room, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. Ask it instead what it needs, not what it demands, not what it claims to require, what it needs. Often, the answer is simpler than the wound makes it sound. Often, the answer is to be acknowledged, to be seen, to be named by the person carrying it, even if only in the dark, even if only in the silence of a room that doesn't answer. The wound that remains deserves that much. Chapter 14, Responsibility as Medicine. Viktor Frankl had a problem with the way the post-war years defined freedom. He was writing and lecturing through the 1950s and 1960s, a period in Western thought that was deeply invested in liberation, in the dismantling of constraints, in the expansion of individual rights, in the overthrow of obligation. He supported much of this. He was not a conservative in the political sense. He had seen what happened when the state claimed total authority over the individual. He needed no convincing that freedom mattered. But he observed something that the liberation discourse of his time was not acknowledging, that freedom without responsibility produces its own kind of suffering. He called for the statue of responsibility to complement the statue of liberty, not as irony, as a genuine philosophical proposal. He believed that freedom was only sustainable, only livable, when paired with the willingness to answer for one's choices, not to a court, not to an authority, to oneself, to the fact of one's own existence as a specific person in specific circumstances with specific others. Responsibility, for Frankl, was not a burden, it was a medicine. Because the alternative, the life that blames entirely outward, the self that explains itself only through what has been done to it, cannot change. A person who is entirely a product of their history has no room to maneuver. Their future is simply more of their past. The weight is permanent because it is entirely external. Responsibility opens the door. It says, "This happened, and here is what I am going to do with it." A woman named Elena, after her financial collapse, had spent several months in what she later described as a period of blame. The blame was justified. She had been genuinely wronged. But she noticed, over time, that the justified blame was keeping her in a specific posture, head turned backward, facing the wrong, unable to see what was ahead. She told her therapist, "I think I've been using being right as a reason not to move." That insight, which is Frankl's insight, put in different words, is what responsibility looks like from the inside, not the surrender of the grievance, not the absolution of the person who wronged her, the decision to stop letting the grievance determine the direction. Notice the weight of your body. Let your shoulders be held by whatever surface supports them. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus had taught in the 2nd century that to be disturbed by external events was a choice. Not an unconscious one, not an easy one to change, but a choice. The teaching was not that external events didn't matter, it was that the response to external events was always, to some degree, the person's own. Frankl inherited this idea and tested it under conditions Epictetus could not have imagined. And it held, not as a comfortable truth, but as a hard one. Adam, the businessman, had come to the question of responsibility late in his work with Frankl. He had spent considerable time examining what had been done to him, what circumstances had shaped him, what inheritances from his family of origin had made the Sunday dread possible. Then Frankl asked, "Given all of that, what are you going to do?" The question was not harsh. It was liberating, because it assumed agency. It assumed that Adam was capable of responding to his own history, rather than simply continuing to receive it. That assumption, that you are capable of responding, is the foundational assumption of Frankl's entire project. It is not always a comfortable assumption. It asks something of you, but it offers something in return that nothing else can. The possibility of authorship. The possibility of a life that, in some meaningful sense, you have shaped. That is the medicine. Chapter 15. The Prison of Hopelessness. Hopelessness is not the absence of hope, it is the presence of certainty about the future. Viktor Frankl was precise about this distinction. He had watched it operate in the camps, and he watched it operate in the consulting room for the following 5 decades. Hopelessness is not vagueness or uncertainty about the future. It is the opposite, a very specific conviction that the future is known, that it will offer no surprises, that the account is already closed. This is what made hopelessness so insidious and so resilient. It masquerades as realism. The person who has arrived at hopelessness feels often that they have simply stopped lying to themselves. Other people are pretending things will improve. The hopeless person has stopped pretending. From inside hopelessness, this feels like clarity. It is not clarity. It is a perceptual distortion that Frankl identified as one of the most dangerous cognitive states a person can occupy, more dangerous in some ways than explicit despair, because at least despair acknowledges the gap between what is and what should be. Hopelessness has closed that gap. It has accepted the worst as simply the truth. The philosopher Blaise Pascal, writing in Port Royal in the 1660s, a man of extraordinary intelligence who struggled his entire life with illness and with the terror of meaninglessness, had written about the human tendency to distract oneself from one's fundamental condition precisely because looking at it directly felt unbearable. He called it divertissement, diversion, the restless activity that keeps the person from sitting alone with the fundamental questions. Frankl would have recognized this, but he would have added, the person in the prison of hopelessness has tried the opposite, has looked at the condition directly, or believes they have, and found nothing. The error is the belief that they have seen everything. They have seen clearly, but they have not seen completely. Let your breath come and go on its own. You do not need to manage it. Thomas, the veteran with the silent interior, had described hopelessness to his therapist not as feeling sad, but as feeling finished, like a project that had been completed. Not in triumph, just completed. He could see no new chapters. He could not imagine what a new chapter would even look like. His therapist had asked him, "Is there anything you have not yet tried?" Thomas said, "I've tried everything." His therapist said, "Have you tried being wrong about the future?" That question, simple, direct, offered without drama, cracked something open in Thomas. Not because it solved the problem, because it named the error precisely. He had not tried being wrong about the future because he had not recognized that certainty about the future was a position he was taking rather than a fact he had received. The prison of hopelessness is made of conclusions that feel like observations. Frankl's therapy was, in part, a practice of epistemological humility. You do not know what tomorrow holds. You believe you do, but you do not. And in that space, between what you believe and what you actually know, the future remains open. It is enough. It does not require grand hope or inspiration or the arrival of any particular circumstance. It requires only this: the acknowledgement that the certainty is not certain. Tonight, if hopelessness is present, if the future feels already written, consider the possibility that the handwriting is not yours and the text is not final. Just that, just the possibility. A single thread is enough to begin. The philosopher William James had described what he called the will to believe, the idea that, in certain conditions of genuine uncertainty, the willingness to act as though something were true could be a legitimate epistemological stance rather than a failure of rigor, not wishful thinking, which requires the evidence to be dismissed. Something more precise, the recognition that in certain genuinely open situations, the choice of orientation affects the outcome. The future is one of those genuinely open situations. The person who orients toward it as closed will act accordingly, will stop reaching, stop attempting, stop investing. The person who holds it as open will act differently, and in acting differently will encounter different things. Not necessarily better things, but different ones. And among the different things that genuine engagement with an open future produces is the occasional encounter with something worth continuing for. Frankl had watched this operate under conditions of near total constraint. In conditions of abundance, it should be easier, the thread is available, take it. Chapter 16, Emotional Pain and Purpose. Pain without purpose is noise. Viktor Frankl was not making a callous observation when he said this. He was making a clinical one. He had watched people endure extraordinary physical pain when they understood it as meaningful. The pain of childbirth, the pain of an athlete pushing toward a goal, the pain of a surgeon operating on a patient they love. And he had watched people break under relatively mild discomfort when it had no meaning attached. The chemistry of pain does not change based on meaning. The neuroscience of suffering is the same whether the suffering is meaningful or not. What changes is the person's relationship to the pain, whether they can hold it as part of something or whether it is simply noise without origin or destination. Emotional pain, Frankl believed, works the same way. The person who is grieving but understands their grief as evidence of love can hold it differently than the person who experiences the grief as random, as punishment, as proof that life is fundamentally hostile. Same pain, different relationship to it, different capacity to continue. He had a patient in the 1960s. He described the case in lectures without identifying details. An elderly physician, a widower, who had been unable to emerge from grief after his wife's death 2 years prior. He came to Frankl not expecting help. He came, he said, because someone had insisted. Frankl asked him, "What do you think would have happened if you had died first and your wife had survived?" The physician said, "She would have been devastated. She would not have known what to do." Frankl said, "And that is exactly what you are being spared." The physician was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I am suffering in her place. She is being spared this." He left the session, Frankl reported, a different man, not cured, not without grief, but with the grief held in a different frame, the same pain, a purpose attached to it. Let your body be heavy. Let the pillow receive the weight of your head. This is not a technique for avoiding emotional pain. Frankl was explicit about this. The reframe he offered the physician was not false comfort. The man's wife was still dead. The grief was still real. But the grief could now be understood as an act of love, the last act of love available to him in relation to her. That made it bearable. Purpose does not eliminate emotional pain. It changes the shape of the relationship with it. It offers the suffering person a position to stand in, not outside the pain, but within it, with something to hold. Richard, the therapist who had come to Frankl frustrated about his combat veterans, eventually found a modified version of this with one of his patients. He had asked the man, "What would you do if this pain were not an obstacle, but a tool?" The man had been a combat medic. He had carried the deaths of men he had tried to save. The question reframed those deaths, not as his failure, as his particular burden, the weight that came with having been the one who tried. He became, eventually, an advocate for veteran mental health care, not because the reframe made him happy, because it gave the pain a direction. Emotional pain given purpose is not less painful, it is differently bearable. This distinction between painful and unbearable is one of the most important Frankl makes. The goal is not the elimination of pain. That goal is often unavailable, and the pursuit of it produces its own suffering. The goal is the shift from unbearable to bearable, from meaningless to purposive, from the noise of unexplained suffering to the signal of suffering that points somewhere. Thich Nhat Hanh, writing from the experience of decades of exile and loss, described a similar shift when he wrote about using the breath as an anchor during suffering, not to escape the suffering, but to remain present with it from a slightly different position. The breath as ground. The ground as the place from which the suffering can be held without being entirely inhabited. Frankl's purpose and Nhat Hanh's breath are not the same thing, but they share a function. They give the suffering person a position to stand in that is not identical to the suffering. That position is not comfort. It is the beginning of bearability. That is enough. Chapter 17. The courage to endure. Endurance is not passivity. This is one of Viktor Frankl's most important corrections to how we tend to think about suffering. The image of endurance, the gritted teeth, the head down, the waiting for things to pass, makes it look like a suspension of the self, a pause in living until conditions improve. Frankl rejected this entirely. He had seen endurance performed under conditions where waiting for improvement was not rational, where improvement was not coming, or came so slowly that it could not serve as motivation. The endurance he witnessed in the camps was active. It required constant effort. It was a form of doing, not a cessation of doing. He wrote that the last of the human freedoms was the freedom to choose one's attitude. And attitude is not a passive thing. It requires renewal. The choice to face suffering with dignity rather than collapse is not made once. It is made every hour, every morning, every time the weight makes itself felt. The courage to endure is not the courage of the battlefield, where adrenaline can carry a person through extraordinary actions in compressed time. It is a quieter courage, the courage that shows up on ordinary days, in ordinary circumstances, when nothing is asking anything heroic of you, and you do it anyway. The philosopher Aristotle had described courage not as the absence of fear, but as the right relationship to fear, neither paralyzed by it nor stupidly unaware of it, but standing within it and acting nonetheless. Frankl's version of this was specifically about endurance rather than action, the courage to keep existing with whatever degree of dignity is available in conditions that argue against it. Let your shoulders be where they are. Let your hands rest. A man named Richard had described his experience of long illness, years of chronic pain that the medical system could not resolve, as a curriculum in exactly this kind of courage. He had expected it to be about toughness. What it actually required, he discovered, was attention. You had to keep paying attention. You had to keep noticing what was still present, still available, still real amid the pain. The moment you stopped paying attention, the moment you collapsed into the pain fully and let it become the only thing, something essential went out. The Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh, whose work on mindfulness influenced a generation of psychologists in the West, had described something adjacent to this in his teaching on suffering. He wrote that the first step in dealing with suffering was not to remove it, but to acknowledge it without being consumed by it, to say, in effect, suffering is here, I am also here. We are not the same thing. Frankl's logotherapy and the mindfulness tradition do not share the same philosophical origins, but they converge on this point. The self that endures is distinct from the suffering it endures. That distinction, however thin it sometimes feels, is the ground of the courage to continue. Elena, after her financial collapse and the period of blame, had found herself in a prolonged stretch of what she called ordinary difficulty, nothing dramatic. Just the daily effort of rebuilding a life that had been disrupted. Month after month of small tasks, small reversals, small forward movements. She had expected that recovery would feel like something. She had expected to arrive at a moment of clearly feeling better. What she discovered was that endurance looked less like arrival and more like continued movement. Not dramatic, just continuing. Choosing each day to do the next thing rather than stop. She said, I thought I would know when I had made it through, but making it through is just today, and then tomorrow, and then the next day. That is the courage to endure. Not a single act of heroism. A succession of ordinary decisions, each one choosing continued engagement over the alternative. Tonight is one of those ordinary decisions. Being here, letting these ideas move through the dark toward you, is its own small form of the same courage. Chapter 18. Love Beyond Possession. Viktor Frankl thought about love in the middle of Auschwitz. This is not a metaphor. He has described the actual experience in detail. Walking in a work party before dawn, exhausted and cold, a guard shouting commands. His mind, the part of it that would not surrender, traveling to his wife, Tilly. He did not know, in that moment, whether she was alive. He had been separated from her in the initial processing at Auschwitz. He would later learn that she had not survived. But in those frozen minutes before dawn, he was with her fully. He was not imagining her as a possession, as a comfort, as a source of rescue. He was simply holding her presence in his mind with a love that had no demands on it, a love that required nothing from her, not even her continued existence, to remain real. He wrote later that he understood in those moments what the mystics and the poets had always said about love, that it is the one human experience that can reach beyond the physical presence of its object, that it is not contingent on proximity or reciprocity or even on the survival of the beloved. He wrote, "Love is the only way to grasp another human being in the innermost core of his personality. No one can become fully aware of the very essence of another human being unless he loves him. This is love beyond possession. Love that does not require the other person to remain in a specific form, in a specific place, available for specific purposes. Let your breath move without interruption. Let the silence hold you." The philosopher Martin Buber had written in the early 20th century about the difference between what he called I-it relationships and I-thou relationships. In the I-it mode, other people are objects, means to ends, resources, functions. In the I-thou mode, the other person is encountered as a full subject, irreducible to their utility. Love, for Buber, was fundamentally the I-thou encounter extended, the willingness to be present to another person's full reality rather than to the version of them that serves you. Frankl's experience in the camp confirmed this philosophically. The love that held him was not possessive, it was not contractual. It did not require Tilly to be anywhere specific or to do anything specific. It was the simple fact of her irreplaceable personhood held in his mind as inviolable. A woman named Helena had described something similar after her son's death. She had spent months trying to maintain the love through objects, through photographs, through the things he had owned, through rituals of memory tied to specific places. These were not wrong. They were necessary. But they were also insufficient. What eventually gave her peace, not comfort, peace, was something harder to describe. The recognition that her love for him did not require a location. It did not require his physical presence, or his photographs, or even her ability to remember specific events. It was simply there, prior to all the objects and the rituals, irreducible. She said, "I stopped trying to hold on to him, and then I realized I had never let go of him and couldn't and didn't need to." That is love beyond possession. Tonight, if there are people you love who are absent through distance, through estrangement, through death, through the ordinary separations of a life that keeps moving, notice that the love itself is not absent. It is here, in this room, in this body. It always has been. Chapter 19, The Face Remembered. In Frankl's account of his time in the camps, there is one image that returns most often to readers. It is not the most dramatic image. It is not about survival or rescue or liberation. It is about a face, his wife's face. He has described moving through a work party in the pre-dawn darkness, his mind traveling inward, and suddenly, with a vividness he says exceeded physical perception, seeing her face. Not as a wish, not as a hallucination, as a presence. Her face as he remembered it from a specific moment in Vienna, looking at him with an expression he cannot entirely translate into words, something between attention and tenderness. He writes that in that moment he understood. with the kind of certainty that bypasses argument, that love is the highest goal to which human beings can aspire, not success, not survival. Not the achievement of any particular ambition, the face. This is not sentiment. Frankl was a scientist, a clinician, a man of precise thought. When he reports the face, he is reporting something he regarded as epistemically real, as a piece of data about the nature of human experience. Love, experienced in its purest form, makes the beloved present, not metaphorically. In a way that has genuine weight, that occupies genuine interior space, that produces genuine warmth in conditions of physical cold. The American psychologist William James, writing half a century before Frankl, had described religious and mystical experiences in precisely these terms, as states of knowledge rather than states of feeling. Not emotion decorating a void, but an actual encounter with something real. Frankl did not claim mysticism, but he trusted the report of his own interior enough to take it seriously. Let your body be heavy. Let the room be quiet around you. Adam had described a similar experience, much smaller in scale, in a late session with Frankl. He had been going through a period of particularly acute emptiness. He woke one morning before the Sunday dread had started and had the sudden, vivid sense of his father's face. His father who had died when Adam was 19, not his father's later face, the exhausted one, the earlier one, a specific Saturday morning when his father had come to watch him compete in a local athletics event and had stood at the edge of the track with an expression that Adam had not known how to interpret at 19. He understood it now. It was pride. Simple, uncomplicated, enormous pride. He told Frankl, "I've been carrying that face for 40 years and I didn't know it. I thought I was carrying the absence of him, but I was also carrying the presence of him." Both were true simultaneously. The absence and the presence, the loss and what the loss proved about what had existed. The face remembered is one of the mind's most generous acts. It does not require the person to be alive. It does not require photographs or recordings. It requires only that someone was loved fully enough that the impression went deep. Those impressions do not fade the way conscious memory fades. They live in a different part of the self, in the part that Frankl was pointing to when he described the last human freedom, the part that circumstance cannot reach. Whatever face comes to you in the quiet of this night, whoever it belongs to, whether in grief or in love or in both, let it be present. You are still carrying what mattered. There is a quality of memory that is not the same as recall. Recall is the deliberate retrieval of a specific event. You decide to remember something and you search for it, and it comes with varying degrees of clarity. But the memory that carries the face of someone loved is different in kind. It does not require retrieval. It is present without being summoned. It exists in the person the way the capacity for language exists, as a structural feature rather than a stored file. Frankl observed this in men who had lost everything external. The faces of the people they loved persisted not because they were trying to hold on to them, but because love had made them permanent residents of the interior. This is what love does to the person who loves genuinely. It restructures the self to include the beloved. And a structural change cannot be removed by external force. The face you carry has been carried for years. It is not going to leave. Let it be here tonight. Let it be company. Chapter 20. Anxiety before the unknown. Kierkegaard called anxiety the dizziness of freedom. He meant something precise by this. Not the anxiety of specific threat, that is fear, and it has an object. The anxiety he was describing is the anxiety that arises from the absence of predetermined structure, the anxiety that arises when a person looks at the open future and realizes that nothing about it is fixed, that every decision they make or fail to make is an act of self-definition, that the person they will be depends in large part on the choices they make now in conditions of incomplete information. That is genuinely vertiginous. Viktor Frankl read Kierkegaard carefully. He shared much of the Danish philosopher's diagnosis of the human condition, though his prescription differed. Kierkegaard's answer was, ultimately, a leap of faith. Frankl's was something more clinically tractable, meaning, but he agreed entirely that the anxiety before the unknown was not a pathology. It was a structural feature of human existence. The person who never felt it was not healthier. They had simply found a way to avoid looking at the open future directly. Anxiety before the unknown is the experience of standing at the edge of what you cannot yet see. A man named Thomas had described the period after his discharge from the military as the most anxious of his life, more anxious than the deployments themselves. In combat, there was fear and there was danger, but there was also structure. The day had a shape, the mission had a shape, the anxiety was real, but it had somewhere to point. Civilian life had no shape, or rather, the shape was entirely his to construct. And that freedom, which everyone around him seemed to regard as the goal, the reward, the thing he should have been grateful for, felt to Thomas not like freedom, but like the removal of all ground beneath him. Kierkegaard would have recognized this immediately. Feel the weight of your body where it rests. Nothing about the unknown arrives tonight. Frankl had a particular practice for patients suffering this kind of anxiety. He would ask them to imagine themselves at the end of their lives looking back, not as a memento mori, not as a confrontation with death, as a perspective shift. From the vantage of a completed life, what would you wish you had done with the anxiety? What would you wish you had moved toward? This technique, which he called temporal distancing, does not eliminate anxiety, but it gives it a scale. The vertigo at the edge of the unknown is real, but the edge is not infinite. There is a life to be lived on the other side of it, a life that will have been lived, with choices embedded in it that cannot be revisited. The anxiety before the unknown is, in a strange sense, a gift. It means the future is still genuinely open. It means your choices still matter. It means you have not yet become entirely determined by your past. The dizziness Kierkegaard described is the feeling of standing at the rim of your own unwritten life. It is also, when the vertigo passes slightly, one of the most alive feelings available to a human being. Stand at the edge. You do not have to leap tonight. Just notice that the edge is there, and that you are standing at it, and that this is what it feels like to be still in the middle of things. Chapter 21. Suffering without collapse. The question Frankl returned to again and again across 50 years of writing and lecturing was not how to eliminate suffering, it was how to carry it without being destroyed by it. He was clear that these were different questions. The first is sometimes answerable: medicine, therapy, circumstantial change. The second is always answerable, not by removing the suffering, but by finding the posture that makes carrying it possible. He called this tragic optimism, not optimism despite suffering, which would be false. Optimism in the face of suffering, or more precisely, within it. The capacity to affirm something while also fully acknowledging what has been lost or damaged. This is a hard thing to describe and harder to practice, because it sounds, from outside, like positivity, like the insistence that things will be fine, the platitude offered to a grieving person by someone who cannot bear to sit in the grief. Frankl despised this version. He had spent enough time with real suffering to know how insulting the cheerful platitude is to the person inside it. Tragic optimism is not cheer. It is something much more demanding. The decision to affirm the value of living while fully holding the reality of loss. The 20th century poet Rainer Maria Rilke, who had described the importance of living into difficulty rather than away from it, had come close to this in his letters to a young poet. He wrote that one should not seek answers to the difficult questions because you could not live them now, but live the questions, he said. Perhaps then, gradually, without your even noticing, some distant day you will live your way into the answers. Frankl would have added, and in the living of the questions, the suffering becomes bearable. Let the weight of your hands settle. Let your chest be still. A woman named Elena, in the years after her financial collapse, had developed what she described as a strange relationship with difficulty. She no longer tried to avoid it in the way she once had. She said, "I used to use a lot of energy building walls around the possibility of things going wrong. When everything went wrong anyway, I lost the walls, and I discovered that I didn't actually need them." What she had developed, without calling it by Frankl's name for it, was tragic optimism. The capacity to live in full awareness that things can and do fall apart, and to find the value in living anyway, not despite that awareness, but inclusive of it. Suffering without collapse is not superhuman. It does not require exceptional character. Frankl was explicit about this. He had watched ordinary men maintain their dignity in extraordinary circumstances, men who would not have described themselves as strong, men who were surprised by what they were capable of. The capacity is present in most people. What prevents it, often, is not weakness, but the wrong model. The belief that strength means not feeling the suffering, that collapsing would mean defeat, that there is a performance of endurance that must be maintained. Frankl's invitation is different. Feel the suffering fully. Hold the reality of it. And then, not instead of it, not after it, but alongside it, hold the thing that makes continuing worth it. Even a small thing will do. Even the face of someone who needs you to still be here tomorrow morning. Even just the next chapter of this night. Suffering without collapse is not the absence of suffering. It is the refusal to let suffering be the final word. The philosopher Simone Weil, writing in wartime France in the early 1940s, a contemporary of Frankl's, though their paths did not cross, described what she called affliction, a specific category of suffering so severe that it threatens to destroy the very capacity for meaning-making. Frankl knew this territory from the inside. He knew what it felt like when the suffering was so complete that the question of meaning felt not just unanswerable, but inappropriate. Like asking about the view from a burning building. But he had also watched men come back from the edge of affliction. Watched something assert itself that the affliction had not succeeded in destroying. Not triumph. Nothing so clean. Just the simple, astonishing fact of continued orientation. The person still reaching, however weakly, towards something worth reaching toward. Tragic optimism is the name Frankl gave to this reaching. It is available even at the edge. Especially at the edge, perhaps. Because at the edge, the non-essential has been burned away, and what remains is what actually matters. Chapter 22. The Will to Meaning. This is the center. Viktor Frankl argued that human beings are fundamentally oriented toward meaning, not toward pleasure, though pleasure is real and valuable. Not toward power, though the drive for power is real and observable. Not even toward the avoidance of pain, though this is a strong motivator. Beneath all of these, Frankl located something more fundamental: the will to meaning. The need not merely to exist, but to exist for something. To be called for by one's life. To feel that one's presence in the world is not accidental but purposive. He came to this conclusion in the camps, where he watched it demonstrated under the harshest possible conditions. The men who survived, and he was careful not to romanticize this because survival depended on many factors outside the individual's control, were often the men who had something to live for. A person waiting, a work unfinished, a question unanswered that only they could answer. He himself had his manuscript, or rather the memory of his manuscript, which had been destroyed, and the determination to reconstruct it. The work of reconstructing it gave him a specific orientation toward the future. Not optimism in the sense of confidence, orientation in the sense of direction. He wrote, "Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms. To choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way, and in choosing, to will something, to reach toward something. The will to meaning is not a luxury of comfortable lives." Frankl demonstrated, as dramatically as it can be demonstrated, that it operates even in the most extreme deprivation, perhaps especially there. Let your breathing slow to whatever its natural pace wants to be. The philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer, writing in the 19th century, had argued that the fundamental human drive was will, blind, insatiable, never satisfied. He was pessimistic about this. He thought the will was a trap. It drove people to pursue things that, once achieved, left them empty and craving the next thing. Frankl's response, though he did not frame it this way, was to distinguish between the blind will and the will directed toward meaning. The blind will, the will toward pleasure, toward power, toward the satisfaction of appetite, does produce the emptiness Schopenhauer described. But the will toward meaning is different in kind. It does not produce emptiness when satisfied. It deepens the person who lives it. A man named Adam had, in his final sessions with Frankl, begun to articulate what his meaning was. It was not grand. It was not the kind of purpose that would appear in a newspaper. It was the thing he had mentioned in the second session, the desire to teach, the knowledge he had accumulated in a lifetime of work. The younger people in his industry who were making the mistakes he had already made. He had never acted on this desire because he had not believed it mattered. He began to act on it, slowly, tentatively, without naming it as anything grand. He started mentoring a single young person in his field. One person. He reported to Frankl that his Sundays had changed, not because the dread was gone, because the Monday it preceded now had something in it worth moving toward. The will to meaning does not require a grand purpose. It requires an honest one. What is yours? Not tonight. Tonight is for resting, not for solving. But hold the question lightly, the way you hold something fragile. It will still be there when you wake. Frankl was careful not to make meaning sound like another achievement to fail at. He had watched too many people receive the message, find your purpose, and experience it as another form of inadequacy. Another thing they had not yet accomplished. Another reason to feel behind. He was not prescribing grand purpose. He was describing something smaller and more available. A direction. A specific thing that is yours to contribute, to finish, to love, to face. It need not be historic. It need not be visible to anyone else. It needs only to be real, genuinely yours, genuinely calling for your particular presence, rather than anyone else's. Adam's mentorship of a single young colleague was real in this sense. Helena's visits to bereaved parents were real. Thomas eventually found his, in the quiet restoration of contact with his adult son, a relationship that had been damaged during the hardest years and that needed not grand gesture, but sustained and patient attention over time. He said, "I think I am for this, for being present to him in a way I was not before." That is the will to meaning, specific, humble, and entirely sufficient. Chapter 23. The quiet defiance within. There is a kind of defiance that does not shout. Viktor Frankl embodied it. He had been given every reason to give up, had been stripped of family, professional identity, physical comfort, the manuscript he had spent years on. He was in Auschwitz at 37, in a system designed to extinguish the individual self. He did not give up. He did not give up dramatically. There was no grand gesture, no moment of defiant speech. The defiance was interior. It was the daily decision, made without witnesses, without applause, without the reinforcement of external recognition, to remain Viktor Frankl. To keep thinking, to keep observing, to maintain, in the interior where the guards could not reach, the conviction that his existence had not been reduced to what they were reducing it to. This quiet defiance, the refusal to allow external conditions to be the final word on who one is available in some form to every person, not only in extremity, in ordinary conditions. In the small situations where the easier choice is to capitulate, to perform, to become whoever the room seems to want. The resistance writer Albert Camus, working in Paris and Lyon during the Nazi occupation, had written about something adjacent, the absurd hero. The Sisyphus who keeps pushing the boulder, not because pushing will ultimately succeed, but because the act of pushing is itself an affirmation, a refusal to pretend that the absurdity of the situation has extinguished the self who faces it. Frankl and Camus were contemporaries, and they shared more than is often acknowledged. Both were working on the question of how to affirm life in conditions that argued against it. Both concluded that the affirmation had to be chosen, not received, that waiting for conditions to improve before deciding to be fully alive was a category error. Notice the weight of your body. Feel the warmth of the surface beneath you. A woman named Elena had described her quiet defiance in the months after her collapse. It was not dramatic. She had simply continued to behave in her small daily choices as the person she had been before everything went wrong. Courteous, curious, engaged. Not because she felt these things, because she had decided that she would not let the circumstances determine who she was in her smallest movements. She said, "I couldn't control the outcome. I could control whether I smiled at the person at the counter, whether I read a book in the evening, whether I treated myself as someone still worth maintaining. These are small things. They are not small. They are the territory where the quiet defiance lives. Not in the grand moments, in the gesture at the counter, the book in the evening, the decision to keep behaving like someone who matters." Frankl wrote that those who could hold onto an image of the future, a person, a project, a fragment of meaningful work, could hold onto themselves. The quiet defiance is the act of maintaining that image when everything external argues against it. You are still the person who has these ideas passing through them tonight. Still the person who values something enough to still be here, still listening, still reaching toward whatever brings you to this channel night after night. That reaching is defiance, quiet, unheroic, and entirely real. Frankl wrote that the human being always retains the freedom to choose the attitude with which suffering is faced. This freedom is not the loud kind, not the freedom that announces itself in speeches or gestures. It is the freedom of the private interior, exercised in the small hours, in the quiet decisions that no one sees. The man who reads instead of scrolling, the woman who calls instead of withdrawing, the person who gets up and makes something, however small, instead of staying submerged in the weight of not moving. These are not dramatic acts. They are the daily practice of the quiet defiance. Aristotle had described virtue as the result of repeated action, not a trait you have, but a practice you maintain. The virtue of meaning-making is similar. It is not achieved once and then possessed. It is practiced day by day in the specific form that the specific life provides. And the practice of it, the repeated, quiet, unheroic reaching toward something worth reaching toward, is itself the life of meaning, not a preparation for it. You are practicing it now. Chapter 24, Mental Health and Moral Strength. Viktor Frankl was careful about the relationship between mental health and moral character. He rejected the tendency, strong in certain therapeutic traditions, to explain all suffering through the lens of pathology, to see every difficult behavior, every failure, every collapse as the symptom of an underlying condition. Not because pathology was not real, it was, and he treated it, but because this framework, taken to its extreme, dissolved moral agency, it turned persons into patients and choices into symptoms. He insisted on holding both dimensions simultaneously. A person could be suffering from a genuine psychiatric condition and still be capable of moral choices. A person could be free of diagnosable pathology and still behave with extraordinary moral cowardice. The two dimensions intersect, but are not identical. Moral strength, for Frankl, was not the same as willpower in the ordinary sense. The grim endurance of discomfort for the sake of a goal. It was more like what Aristotle had called virtue, a disposition built through repeated choices to act in accordance with what one genuinely values rather than what one merely wants in the moment. He had watched moral strength operate in the camps under conditions where the rewards for abandoning it were immediate and the rewards for maintaining it were non-existent. Men who shared their last piece of bread did not get more bread. Men who refused to participate in cruelties did not receive protection. The moral choice in those conditions was purely interior. It benefited no one in any measurable way, and yet some men made it, consistently, over months and years. This interested Frankl enormously. He concluded that the capacity for moral strength was not a product of comfortable circumstances or of adequate resources. It was, like the will to meaning, something that the human interior carries regardless of external conditions. Let your arms rest where they are. Let your jaw be relaxed. Thomas had come to a late session with his therapist carrying a specific incident, a moment from his service that he had never told anyone. He had been in a position to do something that was technically within the rules, but was not right. He had known it was not right. He had done it anyway, because the alternative required a risk he was not willing to take. It had been with him ever since. Not as legal guilt. Nothing in the legal sense had been wrong. As moral weight. His therapist had asked, What does that moment tell you about yourself? Thomas said that I wasn't as good as I wanted to be. His therapist said, "What else?" Thomas was quiet. Then, that I knew the difference. Even then, I knew. That knowing, the interior compass that registered the choice as wrong even while making it, is what Frankl would have called the moral dimension of the psyche. It does not vanish under pressure, though it can be overridden. It persists. It keeps the account. It is sometimes what keeps men awake at night. The wound of that moment for Thomas was not the act itself. It was the distance between who he had been in that moment and who he knew himself to be. That distance is the moral life's particular species of suffering, and also, Frankl would have said, the beginning of repair. The fact of the account being kept means something. The compass still works. Mental health and moral strength are not the same, but they share a common feature: the refusal to treat the person as simply a mechanism. Mechanisms malfunction. Persons choose. Even when they choose badly, they choose. And choices can be different tomorrow. The philosopher Hannah Arendt had written about the human capacity for what she called natality, the ability to begin something new, to introduce novelty into the world, by virtue of the fact that each human birth is the arrival of a genuinely new being. Not just biologically, morally. Each person has, in principle, the capacity to act in ways that were not determined by what came before. Frankl would have found this useful. The moral failing that Thomas carried was real. The account was accurate, but the account was not closed. The capacity for different action persisted alongside the record of the action already taken. Both were true, the record and the capacity, the past and the still open future. This is what the moral life looks like from inside Frankl's framework, not the demand for perfection or the guarantee of goodness. The recognition that the compass works, that the gap between what was done and what could have been done is evidence that the person knew the difference, and that knowing the difference means the difference is still navigable. Tonight, wherever the moral account stands, whatever it contains that is carried with difficulty, know that the account is not final. The person who made those choices is still here, and still choosing. Chapter 25, When Life Questions You. If your mind has been drifting, come back gently. We are at the halfway point. The ideas will continue to come. Viktor Frankl inverted the fundamental question of existential philosophy. Most existential thinkers, Kierkegaard, Sartre, Camus, had asked the question from the human side. The person looks at life and asks, what is the meaning of my existence? What does it add up to? What justifies it? Frankl thought this was the wrong direction. Not wrong as a question, it is a real question and deserves a real answer, but wrong as a starting position. Because when a person asks, what is the meaning of my life, they position themselves as the evaluator and life as the thing being evaluated. The posture is critical, skeptical, demanding. And when the answer is slow to arrive, or when the answer seems inadequate, the person interprets this as life's failure. Frankl reversed the posture entirely. He suggested that life is questioning us, that every situation, every day, every unexpected difficulty is asking something specific of the person facing it. Not rhetorically, actually. Each set of circumstances poses a real question, and the person's response, their choices, their behaviors, their treatment of the others in that situation, constitutes their answer. This reversal changes everything. When life questions you, you cannot wait for inspiration. You cannot defer the question until you have found your purpose in the abstract. The question is arriving right now in this specific form, and your actions are already composing your answer. A man named Adam had found this framework profoundly useful in his later sessions. He said, "I've spent 30 years waiting to know what I was for. And you're saying my life has been asking me questions the whole time, and I've been answering them without realizing it." Frankl said, "Yes. And now you can answer them more deliberately. Let the surface beneath you be where it is. Let your breath do its work without assistance." The philosopher John Dewey, writing in the early 20th century, had described experience as inherently transactional, a continuous exchange between person and environment in which neither is purely passive. Frankl's reversal fits this frame. You are not a spectator of your life. You are a respondent. The life keeps asking. The person keeps answering. What makes this particularly important in the context of suffering is that it changes the question suffering asks. Suffering, in the standard framing, is the thing that interrupts the meaningful life, the obstacle, the problem to be solved before things can get back to what they should be. In Frankl's reversal, suffering is itself a question. It asks, what will you do with this? What kind of person will you be in the presence of this? What is still available to you given this? The suffering has not arrived to defeat you. It has arrived with a question. And your answer, not your feelings about the suffering, not your opinion of the suffering, but your actual choices in the presence of it, is the content of your life. Thomas, the veteran, had eventually arrived at a version of this understanding. He said, "I spent years trying to figure out what happened to me. What I should have been doing was figuring out what I was going to do about it." That shift from understanding to responding is the moment Frankl's philosophy becomes practical, not a system of thought, a practice of response. Life is still asking you questions tonight. The question of this specific night, in this specific body, in these specific circumstances. Your rest is part of your answer. The decision to be here, to let these ideas move through the darkness, to allow the night to hold you, this is also an answer. A quiet one, an honest one. Viktor Frankl survived Auschwitz and then spent the next 50 years answering the questions it asked of him. Not in a single act of testimony, though man's search for meaning was that, but in the accumulated answering of a long professional life. In each patient he sat with, in each lecture he gave in Vienna and New York and Tokyo and Buenos Aires. In each refinement of logotherapy that tried to make the insight more precise, more clinically useful, more applicable to the specific person in the specific chair, each of these acts was an answer. Each was Frankl's life responding to what his life was asking of it. Your life is asking you something specific to you. The question is not abstract. It is posed by the specific relationships, the specific work, the specific history, the specific remaining time of your particular existence. No one else has been asked exactly this question. No one else can answer it. That is not a burden. It is the shape of a meaning that belongs entirely to you. Chapter 26. The Exhausted Man's Prayer. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep does not fix. Viktor Frankl encountered it regularly in his practice. Not the tiredness of physical overextension. That kind is honest and it resolves with adequate rest. The kind he was treating was different. A tiredness that persisted through the night, was present at the beginning of days, sat in the bones of men who had slept adequately and eaten adequately and had nothing by any external measure to be tired from. He called it existential exhaustion, the depletion that comes not from too much output, but from output that feels disconnected from anything worth outputting for. The body doing work the soul has stopped believing in. A man came to him in the 1950s. Frankl described the case without identifying him, who was a successful professional in his late 40s. Not ill, not in crisis. He told Frankl, "I am so tired I cannot explain it. I have been sleeping 9 hours a night for 3 years. I wake up tired, I go to bed tired. My body is fine, the doctors say so. But something," he stopped, searching for the word, "something is running out." Frankl recognized it. The man was not tired from living. He was tired from living without the feeling that the living was for anything. This is the exhausted man's prayer. Not the prayer for more energy or for different circumstances. The prayer for a reason. The prayer for the feeling, even the faint feeling, that what he is doing with his days matters in some way that extends beyond the completion of the task itself. The theologian Paul Tillich had described what he called the courage to be as the most fundamental affirmation available to human beings, the bare act of existing in the face of the anxiety of non-being. For the exhausted man, even this minimal courage requires renewal, not inspiration in the romantic sense, something quieter, a reason to put the feet on the floor in the morning that exceeds the inertia of habit. Let your eyes rest behind closed lids. Let the muscles of your forehead soften. Richard, the therapist with the combat veterans, had developed what he called the question of Monday mornings. He would ask his patients, when Monday arrives, is there anything specific you want to do? Not have to do, want to do. Most of his patients initially said no, or they said things that turned out, when examined, to be obligations rather than desires. Things they would do because someone expected them, not because they themselves were oriented toward them. He would then ask, "What would you want to do if nothing were expected of you?" The answers were often surprising, not grand. A man who wanted to learn to repair watches. A man who wanted to finish a woodworking project he had started 17 years ago and left in a garage. A man who wanted to read a specific book he had been meaning to read since his 20s. Richard would say, then do that, not instead of everything else, alongside everything else. Give Monday something that belongs to you. The exhausted man's prayer is often answered not with inspiration, but with permission. Permission to do the small thing that matters to no one else. Permission to invest some portion of the week's energy in something that has nothing to do with obligation. Frankl would not have disagreed. He would have framed it differently as locating a small source of meaning in the landscape of the week, a point of orientation, something to move toward. The exhaustion does not vanish, but it becomes workable. There is something important in the smallness of the examples Frankl's patients and his colleagues' patients produced. The man who wanted to repair watches. The man in the garage with the unfinished woodworking. Not grand ambitions. Not the revision of the entire life. Small, specific, genuine desires. Frankl understood that the therapy of purpose does not require the right answer or the correct calling or the perfectly aligned vocation. It requires only the genuine want, the specific thing that is actually yours, that you are actually drawn to, not the thing you feel you should be drawn to, or the thing that would impress others, or the thing that corresponds to the correct philosophical answer. The genuine want is the thread. Pull it. See what comes. Adam, in his mentoring work, had discovered layers. He had started with a simple intention to share what he knew. He discovered, in the act of sharing it, that he knew more than he had remembered knowing. That the decades of work contained more than he had been giving it credit for. The purpose of teaching revealed the depth of what there was to teach. The meaning preceded itself. Tonight, let the exhaustion be where it is. Let the body rest without trying to solve anything. The question of what Monday is for can wait until Monday. But now, just rest. The existential exhaustion Frankl described is not fixed by rest alone, but rest is where it begins. The body that has not been permitted to stop, that has been driven through the exhaustion by obligation, by habit, by the fear that stopping means failing, cannot begin to locate what it would actually want to move toward. The noise is too loud. The momentum of the already in motion is too strong. Rest creates a space. In that space, slowly, the specific wants of the specific person begin to surface. Not the wants of obligation, not the wants of expectation. The quiet, particular, personal wants that have been waiting patiently for the noise to stop. Frankl observed this in the period after liberation. Men who had been running purely on survival, who had not permitted themselves to want anything beyond the next day, began, slowly, tentatively, with uncertainty and sometimes with grief, to rediscover what they actually cared about. The process was not always pleasant. Some of what surfaced was painful, but the surfacing itself was the beginning of the return. Tonight, in the permission of this darkness, let something surface. You do not have to act on it. Just let it be there. Let the rest create the space for the specific person underneath the exhaustion, to say, however quietly, I am still here. I still want things. I am not finished. Chapter 27. Freedom Inside Constraint. Viktor Frankl was not speaking in metaphors when he wrote about freedom. He had lived inside the most literal form of constraint that modern history produced. He had been behind wire. He had been subject to the total authority of a system that did not acknowledge his personhood. He had not been free in any external sense for over 3 years. And yet he insisted on the reality of interior freedom, not as consolation, not as spiritual bypass, as something he had directly tested against the most extreme counterexample available. The Stoics had taught this for centuries. Epictetus, freed from slavery in the 1st century, had built his entire philosophy around the distinction between what is and what is not in our control. What is not in our control, the body, property, reputation, what others do, let go. What is in our control? Judgment, response, desire, aversion. Tend with care. Frankl had not needed a philosopher to tell him this by the time he was in the camps. He arrived at it through necessity. But he understood, after the liberation, that what necessity had taught him was available by choice to anyone willing to take it seriously. Freedom inside constraint is not freedom from constraint. It is the refusal to allow constraint to extend further than it actually reaches. A constraint reaches the body. Does it reach the mind? It can try. But the mind has a retreat that a physical constraint cannot follow into. A constraint reaches the schedule, the circumstances, the options available. Does it reach the quality of attention brought to those options? Not necessarily, not automatically. Feel the weight of your body. Feel where the surface holds you. That holding is real. Elena had described a period in her financial recovery when the constraints were acute, limited resources, limited options, choices that felt pre-made by necessity. She had initially experienced this as pure deprivation, the loss of the freedom she had previously had. Then she noticed something. Within the constrained situation, she still had her attention. She could bring genuine curiosity to the work of rebuilding. She could choose to be present to the small things, the meal, the conversation, the particular quality of an evening, rather than absent in the grief of what was gone. She could not choose her circumstances. She could choose the quality of her relationship to them. She said, I discovered I had more than I thought, not in things, in how I could be with the things I had. Frankl would have understood this immediately. He would have said, this is the discovery that the camps accelerated for me, that the relationship to circumstance is a dimension of life that circumstances do not control. The philosopher Boethius had made a version of this argument in the year 524, in a prison cell in Pavia, waiting for execution on charges of treason he had not committed. He wrote The Consolation of Philosophy in those final months. He had lost everything that Roman civilization valued: position, wealth, freedom, safety. What he argued in dialogue with the figure of Lady Philosophy, was that none of those things had ever been truly his. Fortune's wheel had turned, as it always does. What remained was the quality of the soul. Freedom inside constraint is ancient knowledge. It has been rediscovered in every generation by people in difficult circumstances. Tonight, whatever constraints are pressing, whatever the circumstances of this specific life are asking you to live inside, notice whether there is something within those constraints that is still, in some quiet way, yours. It is there. It has always been there. Viktor Frankl returned to this idea in his very last book, written in his late 80s, titled Man's Search for Ultimate Meaning. He was still refining the same argument he had begun in the camps 50 years before. The argument had not simplified with age. It had deepened. He was convinced, after a lifetime of clinical work and philosophical reflection, that what he had glimpsed in Auschwitz, the inviolable interior freedom, was not an emergency measure, not a last resort, available only in extremity. It was the permanent condition of the human being, visible most clearly in extremity, but present always. This matters because it means the freedom is available now, not in some future moment of sufficient suffering, not reserved for those who have earned it through hardship, available in the ordinary room, the ordinary night, the ordinary body resting in ordinary darkness. Whatever constraint is operative in your life, financial, relational, physical, circumstantial, it reaches to its edge and stops. It does not reach the quality of attention you bring to the moment inside the constraint. It does not reach the specific way you hold the people you love. It does not reach the interior posture you take toward what cannot be changed. That interior is yours. It always has been. Chapter 28. The future still calls. Viktor Frankl believed in the future with the specific urgency of someone who had nearly had no future at all. This is not the same as optimism in the ordinary sense. He was not a man who expected things to work out. He was a man who had discovered in extremity that the orientation toward a future, any future, however uncertain, was one of the structural conditions for human survival. Not survival in the dramatic life or death sense, though he had seen it operate there. Survival in the daily sense, the survival of the self as an oriented, forward-leaning being, rather than a thing merely being processed by events. He wrote extensively about what he called anticipatory anxiety, the suffering that comes from dreading the future. This was a distinct experience from the suffering of the present and often significantly worse. The person lying awake at 3 a.m. is frequently suffering from a future that has not arrived. Their body is in the present. Their mind is somewhere ahead, constructing scenarios of difficulty with impressive creativity and detail. The paradox Frankl pointed to was that the same forward orientation of the mind, the same capacity to project into the future, is also what makes meaning possible. You cannot live towards something unless you can imagine the something. The mind that imagines difficulty is the same mind that imagines the conversation you want to have, the work you want to finish, the morning you want to arrive at. The capacity is not the problem. Its direction is. Let your body be heavy. The future is not in this room tonight. A man named Richard had come to his later sessions with Frankl, describing a shift he had not expected. He said, "I used to think about the future constantly. Now I notice I've stopped. I don't plan ahead. I don't imagine things. I just wait for each day to arrive." Frankl asked, "Has the anxiety improved?" Richard said, "Yes. But something else has gone with it." Frankl said, "You have reduced the anxiety by reducing the future. That is not healing. That is amputation. The future still calls even when we stop answering. The questions it asks do not go away because we have stopped listening. What goes away is the sense of agency, the sense that what we do now has implications for what comes later. The call of the future is not pleasant. It is demanding. It asks you to care about something that has not happened yet. It asks you to invest in uncertainty. It asks you to behave like someone who expects to still be here. When it is answered, even incompletely, even with a single small thing that you are moving toward, something in the organism responds. The body does not know the difference at the cellular level between hope and the behavior of hope. When you act as though tomorrow matters, something in the deep biology reads that signal and responds. The future is calling, not asking you to be certain about it, not asking you to trust it, just asking you to turn toward it. Even from where you lie, even in this darkness, even through this weight. Turn slightly, even slightly is enough. The German poet Rainer Maria Rilke, in his correspondence with a young poet named Franz Kappus in 1903, had written that the future enters us in order to change us long before it happens. He was describing the way orientation shapes what arrives, how the person who faces forward, who remains open and attentive, encounters a different future than the person who has turned away. Frankl understood this biologically as well as philosophically. The organism oriented toward a future is physiologically different from the organism that has surrendered the future. The immune system, the endocrine system, the quality of sleep, all of these are sensitive, in ways modern research continues to document, to the state of forward orientation. To turn toward the future is not to predict it, it is not to trust it or to like it, it is to remain available to it, to keep the door open, however slightly, to what has not yet happened. In the camp, Frankl had done this by holding his work. The manuscript that had been destroyed, he held the intention to reconstruct it. He held the image of the lecture hall where he would teach what he was learning. He held these things not because he was certain he would survive to realize them. He held them because holding them was itself an act of dignity, an act of continued participation in his own future. You can hold something, even here, even tonight, even something small and uncertain and possibly unrealized. Hold it anyway. Chapter 29, Self-Worth After Ruin. Self-worth is not a fixed property. Viktor Frankl understood this from the inside, having had his professional standing, his social identity, his physical freedom, and his family stripped away in the space of days. If self-worth were dependent on any of those things, his should have been destroyed. It was not. This surprised him initially. Not in a gratified way. He was not a man given to self-congratulation. It surprised him as a clinical observation. Something persisted that the external stripping had not reached. And over months in the camps, watching other men and watching himself, he tried to understand what that something was. He concluded it was not self-esteem in the way American psychology would later popularize the term, not the feeling of confidence, not the positive self-image, not the tallying of achievements and social approvals. Those had all been removed, and the something persisted anyway. What persisted was something more fundamental, the sense of being, regardless of circumstances, a specific person with a specific interiority that no circumstance could make irrelevant. He called it in various places dignity, but it was a very specific kind of dignity. Not the dignity conferred by status or recognition, but the inherent dignity of personhood. The dignity Kant had written about, the worth that belongs to a human being simply by virtue of being one. After ruin, after the financial collapse, the health crisis, the divorce, the job loss, the failure of whatever the particular ruin was, the person often emerges believing that the ruin has told them something true about their value, that the external evidence of collapse is evidence of an interior collapse, that they have been correctly appraised by events. This is the error. Let your arms rest where they are. Let your face be soft. Elena had arrived at this understanding slowly, through the work of rebuilding after her financial loss. She had initially measured her self-worth by the speed of her recovery. If the business came back quickly, she was still herself. If it didn't, the loss meant something definitive about her character. Then a friend said something simple. She said, "You are not the business." Elena said, "But I built it." Her friend said, "Yes, and you are still the person who built it, even now." Frankl would have recognized this immediately. The ruin is an event in the life of a person. It is not a verdict on the person. The person who built the thing and lost the thing is still the person who had the capacity to build it. That capacity does not dissolve with the external structure it produced. Now, the first open loop resolves. Two kinds of broken, the kind that ends a man and the kind that reveals him. The second kind reveals, because it removes what was not essential. What the ruin leaves behind, the persistence of the specific interior, the capacity for thought and love and orientation, is what was actually there the whole time underneath the scaffolding of the things that were lost. Self-worth after ruin is not rebuilt, it is uncovered. Slowly, in the quiet of recovery, the person discovers that what they feared was gone was present all along, quieter than the noise of the external structures that had surrounded it. You are not the ruin. You were there before it, and you are here after it. That continuity is not nothing. It is everything. Chapter 30. The Therapy of Purpose. Frankl did not believe purpose was something you discovered, like finding a coin in the street. He believed it was something you responded to, that it arrived from outside, from the specific demands of specific situations, and that the person's task was to hear the call and answer it. This is a subtle but crucial distinction. The person waiting to discover their purpose, sitting quietly, introspecting, hoping for an insight that will make the path clear, is waiting for something that does not arrive that way. Purpose is not a revelation. It is a response. A woman named Helena, the one who had lost her son and then found her love for him to be still intact and unreduced by his absence, had eventually, in the years following her grief, done something she had not planned. She had begun to visit other bereaved parents, not as a program or a structured intervention, simply because she had heard through a mutual friend that a woman in a nearby neighborhood had just lost her daughter, and Helena had known, with a certainty she could not explain, that she had something to offer. She had walked to that woman's house and knocked on the door. What she offered was not advice. She did not claim to have answers. She offered presence, the presence of someone who had been in the same dark room and had stayed in it long enough to know its dimensions. She was not a therapist. She had no training. But what she was doing was logotherapy in its most basic form, using the specific content of her suffering as the means to serve the specific suffering of another. The therapy of purpose is not the pursuit of a grand calling. It is the willingness to let what you have lived become useful, to take the wound and let it teach, to let the grief become presence for another griever. Feel the weight of your head against the pillow. Notice the warmth there. The psychologist Martin Seligman, who built the positive psychology movement in the 1990s, would later describe this as one of the most durable sources of well-being, not pleasure, not achievement, but contribution. The sense that one's actions are materially useful to other people or to something larger than the self. Frankl had the same insight 50 years earlier and located it deeper, not as a source of well-being, as a source of meaning. The distinction matters. Well-being can fluctuate. Meaning, when genuinely located, sustains even when well-being does not. Richard, the therapist with the combat veterans, had eventually found his version of this. He had spent years treating men whose suffering he could address only imperfectly. The limits of his skill, he came to understand, were not the limits of what could be offered. He began to pair his clinical patients with veterans who were further along in recovery, not as a formal program, as a human act. One man who had been in the dark sitting beside another man who was still in it. The ones who were further along often reported that the pairing helped them as much as their new companion. That is the therapy of purpose. It requires nothing special. It requires only the willingness to let what you have survived be of use. Chapter 31, Night Thoughts of Survival. The mind at night returns to certain things. Not by choice, not by discipline. It returns because the structures that ordinarily organize waking life have gone quiet. And what remains are the materials that daylight keeps busy. Viktor Frankl had studied what the mind returns to in extremity, in the camps, where night arrived with the peculiar quality of freedom and terror that darkness always brings. The men around him dreamed elaborately. They fantasized about food, about home, about ordinary things that had become unimaginable. And they thought about the question that daylight made possible to avoid. What if we do not make it through? Survival, the thought of it, the hope for it, the terror of its contingency, occupied the interior of every man in that camp every night. Not because they were morbid, but because survival was the real question, and night was when the real questions arrived. The French philosopher Simone de Beauvoir had written in the post-war years about the existential fact of death, that it is the one thing about which human beings cannot maintain habitual inattention forever. Death waits at the edge of every life. Night brings it closer to awareness, not because night is dangerous, but because it strips away the noise. Frankl understood this, had faced it directly, had heard his own heart ask on specific nights in 1944 and 1945 whether tomorrow would come. And he had found that the direct confrontation with the possibility of non-survival had a clarifying effect. Let your breath move quietly. Let the darkness be ordinary. The psychiatrist Irvin Yalom, who built on Frankl's work in his own practice, wrote in Staring at the Sun that confronting mortality often has the effect of making life feel more vivid, that the person who has genuinely reckoned with the finite nature of their existence often reports that small things become beautiful, that unnecessary obligations fall away, that what actually matters becomes suddenly legible. Yalom called these confrontations awakening experiences, not comfortable, but clarifying. Night thoughts of survival are not morbid. They are the mind doing legitimate work. They are the mind asking, given that this is finite, what matters? Given that the account will close, what do I want to have done with the time? A man named Thomas had described a period in his late 50s when these night thoughts had become persistent. He was not ill. Nothing was clinically wrong. But death had arrived in his awareness. Through the death of peers, through a medical scare that turned out to be minor, through the simply accumulated arithmetic of age. He found, against his expectations, that sitting with the thoughts rather than fleeing them had changed his days. He had made a phone call he had been deferring for years. He had told someone something he had never said. He had started doing, on ordinary Tuesday mornings, something that he had been saving for retirement. The night thoughts were asking him what he was waiting for. The answer, when he sat with it honestly, was for certainty. He had been waiting until he was certain things would work out before he invested fully in them. Certainty had never arrived. It was not going to arrive. And the night thoughts were saying, in their persistent way, then stop waiting. Tonight, the night thoughts arrive in a room where you are held and warm and safe. Let them say what they have to say. They are not your enemy. They are the night's honest conversation. Viktor Frankl wrote in a passage that his translators have handled in various ways about what he called the existential confrontation, the moment when a person sits with the full reality of their finitude without the anesthesia of distraction. He described it not as morbid, but as clarifying, as the experience of standing in one's life rather than passing through it. The philosopher Blaise Pascal had made the complementary observation in the 1660s that all of humanity's problems stem from the inability to sit quietly in a room. He meant that the restless activity, the diversion, the busyness, all of it was flight from exactly this confrontation. The confrontation with one's own existence, its limits, its specific shape and content. The night thoughts are this confrontation arriving without your permission. The day fills the room with enough noise that the confrontation can be deferred. The night empties the room and the confrontation walks in. Frankl's advice: do not close the door. The confrontation is honest. It tells you things the day has been too busy to tell. Among the things it tells you is what actually matters, which is also, necessarily, what you actually want to be doing with the time that is left. Listen to the night thoughts. They are not enemies. They are the honest part of you, finding the quiet it needs to speak. Chapter 32: Guilt, Loss, and Repair. Frankl was interested in guilt in a way that distinguished him from most of his contemporaries. He did not want to dissolve it. He did not think guilt was primarily a symptom to be treated. He thought guilt was, in many cases, a legitimate response to a real fact, the fact of having chosen badly, or having failed someone, or having lived in a way that fell short of what you knew yourself capable of. The therapeutic impulse to move patients quickly through guilt, to help them forgive themselves and move on, Frankl regarded as a category confusion. Guilt is not always distortion. Sometimes it is a message from the moral interior, and treating it as pathology rather than information is a form of not listening. But he also understood the guilt that had become pathological, the guilt that had outgrown its source, that had metastasized into a permanent self-condemnation that bore no productive relationship to the original error. The distinction mattered. Legitimate guilt is proportional, specific, and oriented toward repair. It says, "I did this, it was wrong, what can I do now?" Pathological guilt is disproportionate, global, and oriented only towards self-punishment. It says, "I am wrong, I have always been wrong, I will always be wrong." One is a moral compass, the other is a prison. A man named Adam had arrived at this distinction late in his work with Frankl. He had been carrying guilt about his wife, not for any dramatic action, but for the accumulated small inattentions of a decades-long marriage. The evenings when he had been present in body and absent in mind, the conversations he had deflected, the version of himself he had never quite brought home. He said, "She deserved more than I gave." Frankl asked, "Is she still alive?" Adam said, "Yes." Frankl said, "Then the guilt is not an ending. It is a beginning. Let your body be where it is. Let the muscles of your arms soften. Repair is not the erasure of harm." Frankl was clear about this. You cannot undo what has been done. But the person who acknowledges their failure and then changes their behavior has done something the person who simply punishes themselves has not. They have brought the moral weight of the guilt to bear on something productive. The kintsugi tradition in Japanese ceramics, the practice of filling broken pottery with gold rather than discarding it, is often used as a metaphor for this. The break is not erased, it is honored. The gold makes it more visible rather than less. But the object is whole again in a different way. A repaired relationship is not the same as an unbroken one, but it is real and sometimes richer for the break, because the conversation that the break made necessary would not have happened without it. Adam told Frankl in one of his final sessions that he had begun to talk to his wife differently, not dramatically, in small ways. He asked questions he had not previously asked. He listened differently. He said, "It doesn't undo anything, but it feels like something. It is something. It is the specific and irreplaceable something that guilt, when taken seriously as moral information rather than self-punishment, is capable of producing. Guilt does not have to be carried forever. It can be worked with. It can become the motivation for the repair that makes the original wound, if not erased, at least addressed. That is not a small thing." The psychoanalyst Melanie Klein had written in the mid-20th century about what she called reparative drives, the impulse arising naturally in the psyche to repair what has been damaged by one's own actions. She saw this as one of the most generative forces in human psychology. The energy produced by guilt, when metabolized properly, becomes the energy of repair. The person who has genuinely wronged someone is often motivated by more than average kindness in subsequent relationships, not because they are performing virtue, but because the moral record is actively seeking balance. Frankl did not use this language, but he observed the phenomenon. He saw men who had behaved badly under the pressures of the camps, had taken someone else's ration, had failed to help when help was possible, carry those acts afterward with a specific weight that was different from other kinds of regret. And he saw some of those men turn that weight into extraordinary generosity in the years that followed. Not as atonement, as reparation. The distinction is subtle but real. Atonement is about the self, about managing the guilt, reducing it, being forgiven. Reparation is about the other, about the actual fabric of the world and the specific, damaged place in it, and what can be done there. The guilt held as reparative energy asks, not how do I feel better, but what can I do? And that question opens forward rather than closing backward. Chapter 33, What Cannot Be Taken. Viktor Frankl observed something in Auschwitz that no textbook had prepared him for. He had expected, or rather, he could have predicted, from the logic of what the camps were designed to do, that the systematic destruction of identity would succeed. Everything that ordinarily constituted a person's self had been removed. The name replaced by a number. The clothing replaced by the uniform. The social role, the family, the professional identity, all of it gone. the body itself reduced to its minimum function, and yet the self had not disappeared. Or rather, for some men, it had not. He watched it go in others, watched the gradual extinction of the person, the collapse into the bare animal of hunger and fear. He watched this without judgment. It was the logical outcome of what was being done. But he also watched something persist in a significant number of men that defied the logic of what was being done to them. Not heroism in the cinematic sense, something quieter, the capacity to care about another person, the capacity to notice beauty, he described. One evening in the camp, watching a spectacular sunset paint the sky above the watchtowers, when the men around him stopped and simply stared. The capacity to be briefly, incongruously moved by something. What cannot be taken is not a theory. He watched it exist in conditions specifically designed to deny its existence. The second loop resolves now. Frankl had observed something in the camps that no textbook had prepared him for. What he observed was this: that the self, properly understood, is not identical to any of the things that can be stripped from it. Not the name, not the role, not the physical comfort, not the social recognition, not even the relationships. These are real, and their loss is real. But beneath them, prior to all of them, something exists that is not reducible to them. He did not name this in religious terms, though religious thinkers found his work resonant. He named it, clinically, the human spirit, the specifically human capacity to stand apart from one's circumstances and take a position toward them. Feel the warmth of the room where you lie. The body is resting even as the mind moves through these ideas. The philosopher Martin Buber had described the irreducible uniqueness of the person, the I that cannot be fully objectified, cannot be made fully into a thing without something essential being violated. Frankl had tested this against the most extreme objectification in modern history and found it to be real. What cannot be taken is not a comfortable abstraction. It is the specific interior of the specific person, the particular way that you have of responding to what you encounter, of caring about what you care about, of being moved by what moves you. No circumstance has claimed this, though circumstances have tried. No relationship has defined it, though relationships have shaped it. No failure has erased it, though failures have revised it. It exists right now. In this room, in this body, in the particular quality of how you are receiving these words. That is what Frankl found at the bottom of the worst experience the 20th century produced. The inviolable something that is specifically you, intact, waiting to be inhabited. Not triumphant, not uninjured, but present, still present. Chapter 34, The Meaning of Work. Frankl identified three principal ways that human beings find meaning. The first was through what they give to the world, through creative work, through contribution, through the specific things they make or do or build that leave some trace in the lives of others or in the fabric of what exists. Work, in this sense, is not the job. The job is the container, Work is the quality of what is brought to the container. Frankl was precise about this distinction. He had seen men in the camps who had been important figures in their professional lives, doctors, lawyers, professors, industrialists, find themselves suddenly engaged in menial labor, cleaning latrines, moving stones, carrying things, and he had watched some of these men bring to those tasks the same quality of attention and care they had brought to the work that had made them important. They were not performing dignity. They were doing their work, however reduced the form of it, with the fullness of themselves. And he had watched others, men of no particular prior distinction, no great professional reputation, bring the same quality to the same tasks. What he concluded was that the meaning derivable from work was not a function of the work's importance in any social sense. It was a function of the person's relationship to the work, whether they brought themselves to it fully or whether they were simply present in body while absent in attention. A man named Adam, after beginning his mentoring of younger colleagues, had described an unexpected experience. He had anticipated the mentoring to be professionally rewarding. What he had not anticipated was that the preparation for it, the sitting down before each meeting and asking himself, "What do I actually know about this that they do not?" had changed his relationship to his own working life. He said, "I had forgotten that I know things." Not in an arrogant way. Just, I had been doing this for 40 years and I had stopped treating any of it as interesting. The mentoring forced me to look at it again, and some of it was actually interesting. Let your jaw be soft. Let your eyes rest. The philosopher Hannah Arendt, writing in the 1950s in her work The Human Condition, had distinguished between labor, the repetitive activity of maintaining biological existence, and work, the production of a durable world that outlasts the individual. Work, in Arendt's sense, leaves something. It deposits something in the world that was not there before. Frankl would have agreed with an addition. Even labor, performed with full attention, carries within it the possibility of the quality of work. Even the most repetitive task can be done with presence. And the presence itself, the bringing of the full self to the small thing, is its own form of contribution. The meaning of work is not a function of the work's scale, it is a function of the person bringing something real to it. What are you bringing to yours? Not tonight. Tonight is for rest. But hold the question at the edge of sleep. Let it wait for morning. There is something there worth returning to. Frankl distinguished between 3 ways of finding meaning through work. The first was through the content of the work, what it produces, what it contributes, what it adds to the fabric of what exists. The second was through the quality of engagement, the fullness with which a person inhabits the doing of it, regardless of the product. And the third, which he found most durable, was through the relationship between the person and the specific work as an expression of who that person is. The third is the one that carries through even when the content changes, even when the product is no longer visible, even when the professional identity that once organized the work has been retired or restructured. The specific quality of attention you have always brought to things, the particular care that is yours rather than anyone else's. This does not belong to the job title. It belongs to you. Richard, the retired schoolteacher, discovered this in his late 60s when he took up a form of work he had never done professionally, the restoration of old furniture. He had no prior skill. He learned slowly, made many mistakes, produced imperfect results. But the quality of attention he brought, the patience, the care for the thing being worked on, the willingness to take the time to do it right, was exactly the quality he had brought to 40 years of teaching. The work was new, the worker was not, the meaning was continuous. Chapter 35. The meaning of love. The second source of meaning in Frankl's framework was found through love, through encounter with another person in their full reality, through the experience of caring about someone whose existence matters to you independently of what they provide. He had articulated this most vividly in his account of the moment before dawn in the work party, when his wife's face appeared to him with the force of actual presence. But he made the philosophical argument explicit. Love, in its fullest form, is the encounter with the irreplaceable particular. Not love of a type, not love of what the person represents or provides, but love of this specific person, their specific character, their specific way of being, the specific fact of their existence. This love, Frankl argued, is not contingent on the beloved's presence, or on reciprocity, or on the continuation of the relationship in any practical form. It exists as an interior reality. Once it exists, it cannot be taken. It survives separation. It survives even death, not as sentiment, but as the real and permanent alteration of the person who loved. This was, for Frankl, the deepest reason for the importance of love. It changes the person who loves. Not just in the ways that pop psychology describes, in warmth, in well-being, in happiness, in something more fundamental, in the expansion of the self-circle of concern beyond the self. The person who loves genuinely is a larger person than they were before the love. Not because the love adds something external, because it opens the interior to the reality of another person's existence. And once that opening occurs, something is permanently altered. Let your breath come and go. Let your body be warm. The medieval philosopher Thomas Aquinas had defined love as willing the good of the other, not the feeling, the willing, the active orientation toward another person's flourishing. Not what they provide for you, but what is genuinely good for them. Frankl would have found this useful. The love that sustains under extremity is exactly this. Not emotional warmth, which conditions can diminish, but the structured willing of the beloved's good. The decision, made as deliberately as any other, to be oriented toward them. A woman named Elena had described learning this with her adult children. The relationship had been complicated through the years of her financial trouble. There had been stress, disappointment, the particular difficulty of parents and children watching each other struggle. What she had arrived at, slowly, imperfectly, was the recognition that her love for them was not about outcome, not about the relationship going well. not about them being who she wanted them to be. It was the simple decision to be for them, to will their good, regardless of what that looked like in specific moments. She said, "I stopped needing us to be okay in order to love them, and that changed everything." That is love beyond possession. That is love, as Frankl understood it, not a feeling that arrives and departs, but an orientation that can be chosen and maintained. It is available to every person willing to choose it, even now, even here, even in whatever complicated history has brought you to this bed tonight. The willingness to be for the people you love, not perfectly, not without difficulty, just sincerely, is already something, already a source of meaning, already a thread. Chapter 36, The Meaning of Suffering. The third source of meaning, in Frankl's framework, is the most difficult and the most controversial. He argued that suffering itself, unavoidable suffering, suffering that cannot be escaped or fixed or avoided, is a potential source of meaning. Not because suffering is good, not because pain is valuable in itself, but because the way a person faces unavoidable suffering can constitute one of the highest expressions of the specifically human. He was careful to the point of repetition about the qualifier, unavoidable. He was not recommending unnecessary suffering. He was not a masochist, and he was not a romantic about pain. He was addressing the suffering that arrives whether you want it to or not. Illness, loss, aging, the deaths of people you love, the simple fact that life does not protect its participants. In the face of unavoidable suffering, the person still has a choice. Not the choice to be free of it, the choice of the posture they adopt toward it. Whether they face it with dignity or collapse, with curiosity or purely with avoidance, with the recognition that suffering is part of a life honestly lived, or with the conviction that suffering represents a malfunction of an existence that should have been different. The third loop resolves now. There is a question Frankl believed every suffering person eventually asks, but rarely out loud. The question is, does my suffering mean I am broken beyond repair? And Frankl's answer, tested in the most extreme laboratory available, was no. The suffering is not a verdict, it is a situation. And within that situation, you are still the person responding to it, still the one who decides, in the small moments, what kind of person to be in the presence of this specific difficulty. He cited Nietzsche one final time. He who has a why to live can bear almost any how. Feel the weight of your body. Let the night hold you. The meaning of suffering is not that suffering is desirable. It is that suffering is inevitable, and the human being who has genuinely found something to live for can carry what suffering asks of them without being finally destroyed by it. This is not a promise that things will be easier. It is a description of something that is possible, something Frankl had watched be possible under the worst conditions the 20th century produced. If it was possible there, it is possible anywhere, including here, including now, including whatever quiet weight has brought you to this night. The suffering does not define you, your response to it does, and you are still choosing your response. The philosopher Gabriel Marcel had described hope as a response that refuses to let circumstances be the final definition of the situation. This is exactly what Frankl meant by the attitudinal value, the value that arises from the stance taken toward unavoidable suffering. It is not the most comfortable of his three sources of meaning, but it is the most universally available, because unavoidable suffering is the one thing that spares no life. Every life contains something that cannot be fixed or avoided or resolved. Every life eventually arrives at the territory where the standard tools, effort, intelligence, resources, connection reach their limit, and the suffering continues regardless. At that edge, the attitudinal value is all that remains. And all that remains, Frankl found, is sufficient. Sufficient not for comfort, sufficient for meaning. And meaning, he had demonstrated, is sufficient for living. Richard, the therapist, had finally understood this when working with a patient in the late stages of a terminal illness. The man could not be cured. He could not be restored to health. The standard frame of therapy, growth, insight, changed behavior, was not applicable. What Richard could offer was Frankl's attitudinal invitation, not a better outcome, but a different posture toward the outcome already determined. The man had taken it. He spent his final months with a quality of presence his family described as the most concentrated version of himself they had ever known. Not happy, present, honest. Refusing to let the dying be the only thing happening. That is the meaning of suffering, not that it is good, that it need not be the final word. Chapter 37. The Empty Life Awakens. There is a moment, often quiet, often unremarkable in how it looks from outside, when the empty life recognizes itself. Viktor Frankl called the state it recognizes the existential vacuum. He had first articulated this concept in the 1950s, and by the 1960s he was seeing evidence of it everywhere. He lectured in Vienna, in the United States, in South America. Audiences of apparently comfortable, apparently functional people who recognized with an almost palpable relief the name for what they had been living with. The existential vacuum is not depression, though it can produce it. It is not grief, though it can look like it. It is the experience of existing without the sense of being called for, the feeling that the days are being filled but not lived, that the account is running but nothing is being deposited. The moment it recognizes itself is not comfortable, but it is significant. Because recognition, naming the thing, is the first movement toward doing something about it. A man who came to one of Frankl's lectures in the late 1960s, a retired professional, well-preserved, apparently at ease, waited afterward to speak to him. He said, "I have been sitting in my chair for 3 years, waiting to die. Not in crisis, just waiting. And you have just given me the word for what I have been doing." Frankl asked, "And now that you have the word," the man said, "now I have something to argue with. Let your body be exactly where it is. Let the night be around you." The empty life awakening is not a dramatic experience. It is the recognition, sometimes gradual, sometimes sudden, that the filling has not been the same as the living. that the habits, the routines, the comfortable occupations of the days have been the management of time rather than the inhabiting of it. The philosopher Martin Heidegger had described what he called authentic existence, the mode of being in which a person lives in full awareness of their finitude, in full ownership of their choices, without the anesthesia of what he called das Man, the anonymous they, that tells us what to do and want and value in order to avoid the anxiety of deciding for ourselves. The empty life is a life lived too thoroughly in das Man, too thoroughly managed by what is expected, what is conventional, what causes the least disruption. And the awakening from it is the return of the person's own voice, the specific, irreplaceable voice of someone who has something to say about their own existence. The empty life awakening can happen at any age. Frankl saw it happen in men in their 70s, men who had spent decades accommodating expectations and who suddenly, in the quiet of retirement, heard their own wants for what felt like the first time. It can happen tonight, in this room, in the stillness of a night that has stripped away the noise. The want to hear these ideas, the specific curiosity that has brought you here, again to this quiet channel, is itself a sign. The empty life does not come here. Something in you is still reaching. Let it reach. Let the reaching be what it is. Something is still alive in there. It has been patient with you. Chapter 38. Beyond Victimhood. Viktor Frankl was not interested in victimhood as an identity. He was profoundly interested in the reality of victims, in the specific material harm done to real people by real systems and real actions. He was himself among the clearest examples of a person who had been victimized in the most extreme way available. He had no illusions about this, but he made a distinction that many people find difficult between being victimized and defining oneself through the victimization, between the thing that happened and the thing that happens to the self of the person it happened to. He observed men in the camps who had been reduced to the same conditions and who responded in fundamentally different ways. Some, not all, not most, but some, maintained an interior posture that was not organized around the victimization. They were victims of the camp's system. They were not entirely victims of it. The distinction he drew was not a moral judgment on those who could not make this distinction. He understood the conditions that made it impossibly difficult. He was not blaming the men who collapsed. He was observing the men who did not and trying to understand what the difference was. What he found consistently was this: the men who maintained something beyond victimhood were the men who retained some sense of what they were still for. Not hope in the grand sense. They did not necessarily believe they would survive, but some orientation toward a task, a person, a completion that was still their own. That orientation created, just barely, a position outside the pure condition of being done to. Let your breath move. Let your body be held by what holds it. Thomas had arrived at this territory in his own time, in his own way. He had spent years organizing his understanding of himself around what had been done to him, not dishonestly. Things had genuinely been done. The accounting was accurate. But at some point his therapist had asked him a question that shifted everything. She said, "You are very clear about who you have been as a receiver of these events. Who are you as an actor in your own life?" Thomas was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "I don't know. I think I forgot." Frankl would have said, that is where we begin. Beyond victimhood is not the denial of the harm. It is the recovery of agency, the recognition that the harm was real and is part of the story, and that the person is also real and is also part of the story, and that the story is not yet finished. The American psychologist Martin Seligman, developing his theory of learned helplessness in the 1960s, found that animals who had been exposed to unavoidable negative stimuli often stopped trying to avoid them, even when avoidance became possible. They had learned that their behavior did not affect their situation. This learning generalized and became a global posture. Frankl saw the human version of this in the camps and in his practice. He saw men who had learned through entirely rational experience that their actions made no difference, and who had carried that learning beyond the conditions that had taught it. The work of recovery often is the slow re-education of this, that here, in these circumstances, the conditions have changed. That action is now possible. That agency has returned, even if it never entirely left. You are not only what happened to you, you are also what you are doing with what happened to you. The second, ongoing. The first, complete. Frankl was careful never to minimize what had been done. He was not in the business of telling people their victimization was less real than it was, or that their responses to it were disproportionate, or that they should simply decide to feel differently. The material reality of harm done was always acknowledged. The question was only what to do with the acknowledgement. He had a specific clinical technique for this that he called de-reflection, the redirection of the person's attention from the suffering and its causes toward the world and its remaining possibilities. Not a denial of the suffering, a change in the focal point. The suffering remains in the peripheral vision. The center shifts. Elena had experienced something like de-reflection in the years after her financial collapse, though she would not have used that term. She said, "At some point I noticed I had stopped measuring every day against what had happened to me. I was measuring it against what I had done with it. Small things. Did I do something real today? Did I talk to someone honestly? Did I add anything?" That shift from the day as continuation of victimization to the day as opportunity for agency is what Frankl meant by beyond victimhood, not the erasure of what was done. The recovery of the person who can still act regardless. That person has been here all along. They were here before the harm, and they are here after it. They are here now. Chapter 39, The Man Who Answers. There is a phrase Frankl used that stays in the mind longer than most. He wrote, "Ultimately, human beings should not ask what the meaning of their life is, but rather must recognize that it is they who are being asked. The man who answers. Not the man who has found the answer, found it once, in some moment of revelation, and now carries it secured, but the man who is always in the act of answering, whose life is at every moment a response to what is being asked of it. This is a different image of the meaningful life than the one most of us were given. The image most of us were given was the destination. Find your purpose, locate your calling, identify your passion, and then orient your life toward it. The meaningful life as something to be found and then possessed. Frankl's image was different. The meaningful life as a continuous practice of response. The meaning arriving not in a single discovery, but in the accumulation of specific answers to specific questions given in specific circumstances over the course of a life. The man who answers is not always confident. He does not always know the right answer. He is often uncertain, often imperfect in his response, often discovering only in retrospect what the question was. But he is answering. He is engaged with the questions his life is asking. He has not stopped listening. Let your arms rest. Let your breath come and go. Richard, the retired schoolteacher who had waited after Frankl's lecture, had gone home that evening and made a list. Not a list of purposes or goals. A list of questions he thought his life was asking him right now. Specific questions from specific situations. His grandchildren needed a particular kind of attention he had not been giving. His neighborhood had a community garden he had walked past for 3 years. There was a skill, woodworking, that he had abandoned in his 50s and that had never stopped asking to be returned to. These were small questions. They were also real ones, and he was the specific person uniquely positioned to answer them. He went back to the woodworking. He started attending the garden. He called his grandchildren differently, not because he had found the meaning of his life, because he had started answering the questions his life was asking. The man who answers is any man who is willing to hear the question. The question is present right now, not loudly. Life rarely shouts its questions. Quietly, in the specific shape of the specific circumstances of the specific person lying in this specific room tonight. What is being asked of you? Not an urgent question, not a question that needs solving tonight, just a question worth holding. Let it rest beside you. Let it wait for morning. The act of acknowledging the question is itself the beginning of an answer. Chapter 40. Inner peace without comfort. Inner peace is not the same as comfort. Viktor Frankl had arrived at this distinction before he had words for it. He had experienced something in the worst years of his life that was not comfort. The conditions precluded comfort, but that was also not its absence. Something that persisted beneath the physical deprivation and the terror, a quality of interior stillness that was not the same as being undisturbed. He described one specific night in the camp when he was in great physical discomfort, cold and hungry, unable to sleep, surrounded by the sounds of other men in similar states. And in that condition, he experienced something he could only describe as peace, not the resolution of the physical situation, not relief, not even hope, something more foundational. A quiet in the interior that the external situation could not reach. He did not claim this was automatic or universal. He was reporting something specific that happened to him on a specific night. But he reported it as evidence of the thing he had been developing an argument for, that the human interior has a dimension that is not directly contingent on external conditions. Inner peace is available in discomfort. It does not require comfort as a precondition. This is significant for people living with chronic conditions, with pain, with illness, with grief that has become a permanent part of the landscape of a life. The standard consolation, the promise that comfort will return, that things will improve, is not always available. And when it is offered to someone who knows it will not be available, it is not comfort at all. It is dismissal. What Frankl offered was not the promise of comfort. It was the possibility of something that does not require comfort. A quality of interior relationship to one's circumstances that can exist even within difficulty. Let your jaw relax. Let the muscles of your shoulders release toward the surface beneath them. The Zen tradition, with which Frankl had some contact through his interest in Eastern philosophy, locates something similar in what it calls equanimity, the capacity to be with experience, including difficult experience, without being thrown by it. Not indifference, not suppression. The settled quality of a mind that has stopped requiring conditions to be different from what they are. Thich Nhat Hanh, the Vietnamese monk who spent decades exiled from his homeland, wrote about peace as something practiced in each ordinary action, in the way one washes a cup, takes a step, breathes a breath. Not a destination arrived at after sufficient spiritual achievement, a quality available in any moment to the person willing to bring their attention to it. Elena had described something like this in her later years, not after her financial recovery was complete, but within the process of it. She said, "There was a morning during one of the harder weeks when I was doing something very ordinary, making tea, and I noticed that for a few seconds I was completely at peace. Not because anything had resolved, because I was just making tea and the tea was real and I was real and nothing else was present in that moment. That small peace, the peace of the fully present ordinary moment, is available regardless of circumstances. It is not always available to us because we are rarely fully present to ordinary moments. But it is there. Inner peace without comfort is the peace of the present moment, inhabited fully. Not the peace of problems solved, the peace of attention, resting where it is. Tonight, in this room, in this body, the moment is here. It has no demands on it. Just this, just the weight of the body, just the breath, just the dark. That is enough. Chapter 41. The soul refuses nothingness. There is something in the human being that will not agree to its own irrelevance. Viktor Frankl observed this with the precision of a clinician and the conviction of a man who had tested it. Even in the camps, where the entire project was to reduce the human being to nothing, to strip the name, the role, the family, the physical dignity, the future, something in the men he watched kept asserting its own reality. Not always loudly, not always with the force of defiance, sometimes very quietly, a man watching a sunset over the watchtowers, a man sharing a joke in the barracks, a man crying for reasons he could not articulate, which is also a form of assertion, the assertion that something matters, even here, even now. The soul's refusal of nothingness is not a theological claim, though Frankl's language sometimes brushes against theology. It is a clinical observation that the human being, even under conditions designed to extinguish the subjective interior, keeps producing it, keeps insisting, in small ways and large ones, on the reality of its own interiority. The philosopher Gabriel Marcel, a French existentialist contemporary of Sartre who has received less attention in English, wrote extensively about what he called ontological exigence, the human being's demand to exist in a way that exceeds mere function, the need not just to be something, but to be for something, the refusal of pure instrumentality. Frankl would have recognized this. The soul refuses to be merely a mechanism. It keeps producing experiences that mechanisms do not produce: love, beauty, meaning, grief, wonder. These experiences are not explainable by the purely functional description of a biological organism, and the human being keeps having them anyway. Let your breathing be what it wants to be. Let the night be ordinary. Thomas, in his final sessions with his therapist, had arrived at something he had not expected to find. He had gone into therapy to address the practical symptoms, the insomnia, the flattened affect, the difficulty sustaining engagement. What he found, gradually, was something underneath the symptoms that the symptoms had been obscuring. He described it as a self that had been waiting for him, not a different self, the same self, but a self he had not visited in a long time. The particular quality of attention he had brought to things when he was young, the specific way things had mattered to him before the years had accumulated their weight. He said, "I thought that person was gone, but when I found the quiet, he was still there." The soul refuses nothingness, not heroically, quietly. The way a fire that has been reduced to coals still contains heat. Touch it at the right moment, in the right way, and it comes back. Your particular interiority, the specific way you experience things, the specific things you care about, the specific version of curiosity or love or attention that is yours and not anyone else's, has been there through everything. It has been there through the difficult years and the lost years and the years of simply getting through. It is here now, in the quiet of this room, in the dark of this night. It is here. Let it be here. Let it rest. The soul refusing nothingness does not need to fight tonight. It has already won, simply by being present. Chapter 42, Hope Without Illusion. Viktor Frankl did not recommend illusion. He had seen what happened to men in the camps who based their survival on specific predictions. The camp will be liberated by this date. The war will end by this month. The thing we are waiting for will arrive by this time. When the date passed without liberation, when the month passed without the war's end, these men often collapsed. The specific hope, falsified by events, took the person's sustaining structure with it when it fell. He drew a careful distinction. Specific hope, Hope that requires a particular outcome by a particular time is fragile in a way that makes it dangerous as a foundation. When the hoped-for outcome does not materialize, the loss is double, the outcome and the hope. But there is another kind of hope, a more fundamental orientation toward the future that does not depend on any specific prediction coming true. The hope that tomorrow is worth arriving at. The hope that something as yet unknown might be present in what has not yet happened. The hope that is essentially the refusal to treat the future as already determined. This is hope without illusion. Not the hope of the wishful thinker who believes things will turn out well because he wants them to. The hope of the realist who acknowledges that the future is genuinely uncertain and that genuine uncertainty contains genuine possibility, and that the human being who remains open to possibility is not deceived. They are simply not as closed as hopelessness would have them be. The distinction is not comfort exactly. It is more like accuracy. Hopelessness claims to be realistic, but it is not. It is certain about the future in a way that nothing can justify. Hope without illusion is more epistemically honest. I do not know what is ahead, and neither does the future. Feel your body resting. Let your chest soften. The theologian and social philosopher Jürgen Moltmann, writing in the 1960s in his Theology of Hope, argued that hope was not a feeling or an attitude, but a way of relating to time, a fundamental orientation toward the not yet that keeps the person in motion. Frankl, from a secular clinical framework, arrived at something similar. A woman named Helena had found hope without illusion in the years after her son's death. She had not expected things to be better. She had not expected the grief to lift or her life to return to what it had been. But she had found in the specificity of her existence, in the visiting of bereaved parents, in the small particular connections of ordinary days, something worth moving toward. She said, "I don't hope it will be easier. I hope it will still have moments that are real, and it keeps having them." That is hope without illusion, the hope for the real moment. The hope that consciousness is still worth having, even in difficulty, because consciousness keeps encountering things that are genuinely worth encountering. Tonight is one of those moments. These ideas moving through the dark toward you are real. The quiet of the room is real. Whatever weight you carry is real, and so is your capacity to hold it. Hope for the real. It is always available. Let the illusions go. They were never what was needed. The Danish philosopher Kierkegaard had written about repetition, not the repetition of the same thing, but the idea that genuine living requires a kind of forward movement that revisits the essential rather than simply accumulating the new. Each day is not a new chapter in a story of improvement. It is another encounter with the same fundamental questions, approached with whatever the accumulated experience of the life has made available. Hope without illusion is available in each of these repetitions. Not the hope that this time the encounter will be different. The hope that the encounter is worth having again. That the questions are worth facing again. That the morning is worth arriving at, not because it will be easier than yesterday, but because it will be genuinely there, with its specific quality of light, its specific demands, its specific small offerings of the real. Tomorrow morning will be real. That is enough to hope for. And what is real is always, in some sense, sufficient. Let the darkness hold you now. Let the body rest. Chapter 43. Rest from despair. Rest is not the same as resolution. Viktor Frankl understood this in a clinical sense, that the person in despair does not need their despair solved before they can rest. Sometimes rest is what makes the next approach to the despair possible. The body and the mind that have rested can hold the weight more than the body and mind that have not. He understood this also in a philosophical sense. The despair does not have to be resolved tonight. The question of meaning does not have to be answered before morning. The burden can be set down temporarily, without being abandoned, without pretending it does not exist. This is what this channel, at its best, does. It does not solve. It creates a condition, the particular quality of late-night listening, of ideas moving through darkness, of the body gradually becoming heavy with rest, in which the weight can be held without pressing. The despair is there. So is the night. And the night is long enough and quiet enough, and these ideas are steady enough that the despair does not have to be the only occupant of the space. Frankl wrote near the end of man's search for meaning about what he called provisional meaning, the small, available sources of purpose and connection that sustain a person even before they have found the larger meaning, the conversation that happened today, the thing that was finished well. The person who is still here, still in the world, still reachable. These provisional meanings are not the answer to despair, but they are the company it can keep while the larger questions wait. Let your body be held. Let your breath be ordinary. A man named Adam, in his very last session with Frankl, had arrived in an unusual state. He said, "I don't know if I believe any of this yet. I don't know if I've found my meaning, but I'm sleeping better." Frankl said, "Sleep is also something." Adam said, "That's not a very philosophical answer." Frankl said, "It is more philosophical than it sounds." Sleep, actual rest, is not escapism. For the person carrying weight, rest is an act of self-maintenance. The decision to permit the body and mind to cease temporarily from the effort of carrying. The willingness to be held, briefly, by something other than one's own effort, this is rest from despair. Not the end of despair, the temporary setting down of it in a quiet room, with ideas that understand it, in a darkness that asks nothing. Tonight, you are not required to resolve anything. The despair can be here, and you can rest beside it. Both can be true. The night is long enough. Chapter 44. A life still worthy. There is a question that arrives, sometimes in the middle of a life. Not in the young years, when worth is assumed. Not always in crisis, when survival focuses the mind elsewhere. But in the middle years, or the later years, when the account can finally be examined, the question arrives quietly, and it is one of the most serious questions available, Was it enough? Am I enough? Viktor Frankl spent 50 years of post-camp life working with people for whom this question had become acute, not academic, not abstract. The real question, asked in the real dark, by people who had every reason to wonder whether what they had done with their time had been adequate, he had a consistent answer. And it was not consolation. It was something more demanding. He said, "The life is not evaluated by what it contained, but by what the person brought to what it contained. A life can contain extraordinary circumstances and be lived poorly. A life can contain ordinary circumstances and be lived with extraordinary quality of attention and care. The worth of the life is not in the circumstances. It is in the person's relationship to them. This is demanding because it does not allow the person to point to what they were given and explain themselves entirely through it. But it is also liberating because it means the assessment of the life is not yet closed. The quality of attention, of care, of honesty, of love, these can be brought to whatever remains, regardless of what has already passed. A life still worthy is not a past achievement. It is a present practice. Let your body be heavy where it rests. There is nothing required of you now." Thomas had arrived, eventually, at something like peace with his question. Not because he had concluded that everything he had done was right. He had concluded that the question was not the final question. That beneath the question of whether he had been adequate was a more fundamental fact. That he was still here. That the life was still in progress. That the assessment he was making was not a post-mortem, but an interim review. He said, "I spent years judging a life that wasn't finished yet." Frankl would have recognized this immediately. The premature closing of the account, the treatment of a continuing story as if it were a concluded one. Helena, who had been visiting bereaved parents for several years by the time she last spoke with Frankl's colleague, had said something similar. She said, "I thought my life was essentially over when my son died, that nothing meaningful could come after. And then things came after, not to compensate, just there was more. There was more. The life still worthy is the life that has not declared itself finished. That remains, however quietly, in the act of continuing. That still brings something to the morning, however small, however imperfect, however worn. That is worth, not the final, tallied, evaluated kind. The living kind, still here, still bringing something, still worthy. Chapter 45, The Quiet Return of Meaning. Meaning does not always arrive the way people expect. Viktor Frankl's patients often came to him hoping for a revelation, the moment when the purpose of their existence would become clear, when the fog would lift and the path would be visible. Frankl understood this hope. He did not dismiss it, but he had to tell them honestly. Meaning, in his experience, arrives more often in the quiet return than in the revelation. Not in one sudden moment of arrival, but in the gradual re-inhabitance of the life, the slow discovery over weeks or months that the things being done are being done with slightly more presence, that the people being encountered are being encountered with slightly more attention, that the morning arrives with slightly less heaviness than it did before. He called this the indirect approach. Meaning cannot be pursued directly, he wrote. When pursued directly, it recedes. It arrives as a byproduct of living with genuine engagement, of bringing actual attention to actual things, of being in each small encounter present rather than elsewhere. The quiet return of meaning looks like very little from outside. It does not announce itself. It does not feel from inside like a spiritual breakthrough. It feels at first only like slightly less of the absence it was replacing. But slightly less is enough to move forward, and moving forward is enough to find the next slightly less. Let your breath come and go. Notice the warmth of your body in the dark. Adam had described his quiet return in a letter he wrote to Frankl years after their work together had ended. He said, "It did not come all at once. It came in a morning when I got up before the alarm and did not mind. In a conversation when I said something true. In an evening when I noticed the quality of the light through the window and found it beautiful." He said, "I was not aware in any of these moments that meaning was returning. I was only aware of the moments. The meaning was what I found when I looked back at the accumulation of them." That is the quiet return, not the arrival of meaning, the accumulation of moments in which the person was genuinely present, and the retrospective recognition that something had been living there. A life does not become meaningful through a decision that it will be meaningful. It becomes meaningful through the quality of attention brought to its actual contents, the relationship, the work, the morning. The cup of tea made carefully, the question asked with genuine curiosity, the person listened to as though what they said actually mattered. Meaning returns where attention goes. And attention is always available, even now, even here, in this quiet room, in this dark, in the small, faithful act of listening all the way to the end. Something has been returning while these ideas have been moving through the night. Let it arrive in its own time. It is not in a hurry. Neither are you. Chapter 46, Sleep Beside the Wound. If you are still awake, this is the part I wanted you to hear. Not the most dramatic idea, not the most philosophically complex, the simplest one. Viktor Frankl did not believe the wound had to be healed before the person could rest. He did not believe suffering had to be resolved before sleep was permitted. He did not believe the questions had to be answered, the meaning found, the account settled before the body was allowed to release. He believed the wound and the rest could coexist, that they were not enemies, that the human being did not have to choose between acknowledging difficulty and allowing the body its fundamental need for restoration. Sleep beside the wound, not in the wound, not pretending the wound is not there, but beside it, in the same room with it. Allowing the body and the mind to rest in the knowledge that the wound exists and is real and will still be there tomorrow and does not require tonight to be resolved. This is one of the most compassionate things Frankl's work implies, even though he never put it in these terms. The endless self-examination, the insistence on resolving the questions before permitting rest, this is not discipline, it is often a form of the suffering adding itself to itself. The body in pain insisting on solving the pain before resting, which only deepens the pain. Let your body be where it is. Let your breath be what it is. Let the weight be what it is. The wound is real. So is this room. So is this darkness. So is the body that has been carrying the weight all day and deserves to be held by something other than its own effort. Helena learned to sleep beside her wound. Not in the first year. The first year the grief was too acute, the wound too fresh, the absence too loud. But in the years that followed, she found that the grief and the sleep could share the same hours. That the love for her son, which was also the wound, the two being inseparable, could rest alongside her without requiring her to be awake in its presence. She said, "I stopped trying to resolve it before I slept. I just let it be there, let it breathe, and then I breathed." That is sleep beside the wound. Not escape, not resolution, not the pretense that everything is fine, the simple permission to let the body rest in the company of the real. The questions will be there tomorrow. The wound will be there tomorrow. The meaning still being sought will be there tomorrow. Viktor Frankl will still have said what he said. The ideas that have moved through this night will still be available to return to. But tonight, let the body be held. Let the breath come and go on its own. Let the weight of the day dissolve into the surface beneath you, which is real and solid and asking nothing. Sleep beside the wound. It has been holding you all along. Chapter 47. The spirit remains free. The sentence is among the most hard-won in the literature of the 20th century. A man writes it in Vienna in the late 1940s. He has survived 4 concentration camps. He has lost his mother, his brother, his wife. He has arrived back in the city of his formation with almost nothing, no family, no manuscript, no possessions. He is 40 years old. He writes, "Everything can be taken from a man but one thing, the last of the human freedoms, to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, to choose one's own way." Viktor Frankl, Man's Search for Meaning. First published in German in 1946 in a version he dictated in 9 days. He did not write this sentence as consolation, he wrote it as testimony. He had been in the place where the sentence was tested and had watched it be true imperfectly in the lives of men whose circumstances were designed to make it false. The spirit that remains free is not the spirit without grief, not the spirit without wound, not the spirit that has found the answer or resolved the question or arrived at the comfortable plateau. It is the spirit that keeps orienting, that keeps, in whatever small way available, deciding. That continues to exist as a subject, as the one who experiences, who responds, who faces, who loves, and not merely as an object of what is being done to it. Sentences are coming shorter now. The night is getting late. Let the body be heavy. The spirit that remains free is present in this room, in the specific, irreplaceable person who has listened all the way to here. Not because you are exceptional, because you are human. And human beings carry this, the interior that circumstance cannot finally claim as part of what they are. You have been carrying it all your life, through whatever came, through the accumulated weight of years. It is still there, quieter than the noise. Prior to the suffering, still free. Let it rest now. Chapter 48. The light that answers. We began in darkness. A man standing in the snow, feet wrapped in cloth, hands numb, the sky the color of iron, looking up, thinking of his wife's face. Finding, in the middle of all of that cold and deprivation, a warmth that the cold could not reach. Viktor Frankl, Auschwitz. January 1945. He was still standing. 48 chapters later, we returned to him here, not to dramatize his survival, not to find a comfortable ending where one does not entirely exist, but to say what his survival teaches. The light that answers is not the light of resolution. The camps did not resolve. History does not resolve. The wounds that remain do not resolve into the tidiness of a lesson. They remain wounds with scar tissue that changes the landscape of a life but does not erase what preceded it. The light that answers is something smaller and more durable. It is the specific quality of interior life that persists. In a man standing in the snow, in a woman at a kitchen table years after the loss of her son, in a retired businessman who begins to notice the quality of afternoon light through a window. It is the moment when the wound and the beauty are both present, neither cancelling the other, both entirely real. Frankl wrote near the end of his life that he remained convinced of what his experience in the camps had shown him, that the human being's primary drive is not pleasure, not power, not even survival. It is meaning, the need to exist for something, to be called for, to answer when called. And he remained convinced, despite everything, that this calling is available, not guaranteed, not comfortable, not given without effort or attention, but available, always available, in the most reduced circumstances and in the most comfortable ones, in the young years and in the years of reckoning. The light that answers is the human being in the act of responding, of still being present to the question, of not having surrendered the interior to the weight of what has been done to it. Let your body be completely still now. Let your breath be slow. The questions that came tonight do not require answers before morning. The wound does not require resolution before sleep. The meaning that is still being sought does not require discovery tonight. What is required tonight is nothing. The body has carried you through a long day, through a long accumulation of days, through whatever this specific life has been, with its weight and its beauty and its particular quality of difficulty and love. Let it rest now. The questions Viktor Frankl carried out of Auschwitz, the questions about meaning and suffering and the thing that cannot be taken, these are your questions too. Not because your suffering matches his, but because the questions belong to everyone who has lived long enough to need them. They will be here in the morning. The ideas will be here. Frankl's testimony will be here. The specific interior that is yours and not anyone else's will be here. Tonight, the only thing asked of you is to let the body be held. The spirit remains free. The wound remains real. The meaning continues to arrive, quietly, in the ordinary moments of a life that is still being lived. You do not have to carry it tonight. Set it down. Rest. The light that answers does not go out while you sleep. It waits. Sleep now.